half the game right.
It's another fresh morning here in this NBP Sports Complex as we have UAE taking on Australia, and it's all set for the toss here. I've got the two captains in Rafe from the UAE and the captain of Australia, Justin Poole, and of course the match referee, Attar Like. It's Justin Poole who's got the coin. Give it a flip, please.
Redman heads call.
Heads call.
It's tail.
And it's tails. So, Pooley, you have won the toss. What are you going to decide, Pooley?
Oh, we're having a bat.
All right, I'm sure that you won't like to look at the table the way you're standing at the moment, second last at the table, but I'm sure that you have something very special to offer in today's match.
We're ready to put a game together today. You know, get it all right, all together, and move forward. Still 4 games to go in the tournament, and we're looking forward to doing well in all of them.
And what do you make of these 22 yards?
Oh, it's fantastic. All the conditions, the facilities here have been fantastic. So there's going to be no tricks. You know, a bit more grass might turn a little bit more, but we're good. We're good to go.
All right, have a good one, Pooley.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Rafi, you lost the toss and you have to bowl.
Yeah, I mean, we were actually thinking of bowling first, so I think we got what we wanted, so that's fine.
What about the preparations, especially when you have a do and die and that too against Aussies? Though they look pretty down at the table, but you can't just write them off. They're such a nation.
No, who said nobody can write them off? Even the team from the bottom, you can't think it's cricket, you know. And secondly, we have to work hard to get the position. That's what we'll do.
I mean, look at the injuries. It's pretty hard to maintain a good fitness. Are you going with the same combination, though it's pretty hard?
Yeah, same combination. We do little here, there, but you know, it's all because all the team comes the way, you know, it's been set up. We have to do little changes. We are doing that, and all set. We are all set to fight.
Have a good one. Put up some good fight.
Thank you very much.
So that's the news from the centre, as Australia have won the toss and they have opted to put some runs on the board. Hello. Can we have the Australian side? Hello. Hello. Both of the sides lining up, please, for the national anthems. Both of the sides with the officials line up, please, for the national anthems. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have the national anthem of Australia, please? Now it's time to play the national anthem of the UAE. You could see the players shaking hands with each other after the national anthems of both of the countries. The toss is done and dusted, and the players will be making their way to the middle at 10 o'clock local time. So we'll take a break and we'll be back with the live action at 10 o'clock.
इसका नाम है एग्रोन एडम एडम एग्रो ऐसे एडम ही बोलेंगे पता नहीं कुछ साउथ अफ्रीका नहीं है कुछ
It's been organized thanks to PVCA, Pakistan Veterans Cricket Association. Have a look at that. Got him hopping off the crease on that occasion. Came in a little bit with the angle, that delivery. Just back of length, nicely bowled. It's very important for an opening bowler to maintain a very good line and length. Martin and Craig Mackay are the opening batters from the West Indies, from the Australia, beg your pardon. This time, look at that. He was going for the cut shot, no connection. Looks as if that he saw the opportunity and wanted to throw his bat at it. Lucky didn't get an edge to that. Slip is already waiting for an outside edge. Now they have pushed the backward of point fielder to the boundary. I can expect this is going to be another shorter one. There you go. It's a very good delivery. Nice carry through the keeper as well. It's a very good over. Maiden over to start Abdul Haq. It's none for none Australia. So very good first over by Abdul Haq. He's maintained. When he was operating in that last over. Roshan will be the bowler who will share the attack. Will be coming from the pavilion end. He's a slow bowler. And Craig Mackay for the first time will be on strike. So it's a left and right hand combination for the Aussies at the top of the order. Always helpful, always fruitful if your batters are able to exploit the conditions and field their bat on ball. Very important earlier on as a batter, you field bat on ball. Aussies are away with that on drive. Nicely played, and it will go across the fence for 4. This is a new cherry, and we can expect it to travel a little faster. As we see, the outfield has been improving day by day, which is very good. Actually, it was very fast in the first couple of games, first couple of days that we have had, and afterwards stiffened a little bit, but the ground staff has done a very good job, I would say, to maintain the level of the outfield, which has been fast enough to give value to the batters for their strokes. Always a nice feeling when you're off the mark with the boundary. Stifled appeal, but pitched outside leg. Imran Javed not interested in that shout, the on-field umpire. There you see clearly pitched outside leg stump. So the law says when it is pitched outside leg stump, it can't be out even if it is hitting the stumps. Down the leg side this time, overcompensating a little in my opinion. And what it does now, it brings the Martin, the right-hander, on strike, which will be relatively easier for the bowler Roshan Khan. The kind of line he has and the kind of approach he has, it will be slightly easier for him, in my opinion, to bowl to the right-hander as compared to the left-hander. It's very hard to maintain a very good line, I would say, especially when left and right-hand batters are at the crease. But you have to adapt to certain things in certain situations as a player. Martin will be on strike. Yesterday, most of these players were at the Golf Club Karachi, had some invitational golf tournament organized by PVCA, Pakistan Veterans Cricket Association, and they were all feeling well. The Aussies were dominant. As we see, slightly missed field, which is not acceptable, especially very early in the innings. Actually, you have to make a statement as a fielding unit that you're there for the challenge and you have to support your bowlers. These little misfield and these little mistakes can just let your morale down to a certain extent, in my opinion. Nicely bowled, coming into the right-hander. Much better, and shown respect as well by Martin. The Aussies back in Queensland used to play golf, and they had the chance to have some serious swings with the golf stick in their hands. It was a good entertaining stuff yesterday, but today they're up against UAE as second over is bowled, 2 overs completed, they are none for 9. It's pretty surprising if we look at the table. Second last on the list, on the standings, the Aussies, Australians. Nobody can expect the Aussies to be at the bottom of the table. But this is cricket and it happens. Actually, they played West Indies and West Indies got better of them in the Gymkhana ground, Karachi Gymkhana. And they've been beaten by the USA as well. USA has been one of the sides which has really impressed. They're third on the table. Pakistan obviously leading the table with 10 points. They won all of their 5 matches that they've played so far. USA at second. Surprisingly, but should give credit to them because they've played much better cricket out of the expectation. Now he's bowling a little fuller as compared to the last over that he's bowled. His line was just outside the off stump at about 7th or 8th stump, I would say. He will be better bowling at 4th or 5th stump, in my opinion. And when he induces a drive through the offside, and if there is some sort of movement available of the surface, it is definitely going to cause some worries for the batters. Or at least it's going to put some sort of element of doubt in the batter's mind that if we go for it, both of the batters, I would say, will be thinking they might nick one or might find themselves in a sort of awkward position. But at the moment, I don't see the ball swinging a little. It's not swinging even a little. So it's coming pretty nicely on the bat. And a very good carry through the keeper on a couple of occasions we've seen. Attempted bouncer this time, well directed, I would say. Ducking underneath that one, the left-hander Craig Mackay. This is also a very good option for a bowler to have earlier on when the batters are looking for the full pitch deliveries or just about the good length spot. Look at that. Why don't you surprise them with a bouncer when you have square leg back on the fence? It's a good sort of temptation for a pull shot. We know that the Aussies are very good pullers and hookers of the cricket ball. Back in Australia, in Queensland, they have faster pitches as compared to this one that they have here in Karachi, in Pakistan. This time he bowls a little fuller. It's been softly and gently played, I would say, for a dot ball. 3 overs done, it's 10 for none. Very deep batting lineup they have, the Aussies. In Justin Poole and Steve Paulson. Steve Paulson has been in a very good form in this tournament. Couple of 50s, 190 in fact, against his name. And he's looked pretty fit. When you talk about the fitness, the Aussie team has really impressed me a lot. Out of the lot, they've been arguably the fittest side in this competition, in this over 40s Cricket Global Cup. This time, nicely picked. He was down on one knee and played it where he wanted. Nicely picked down to square leg boundary. Look at that in the replay. A beautiful slog sweep. So I get the feeling that anything in the arc, these Aussie batters are prepared to take their chances, especially Martin. Outside the off stump, slash at it. It's in the air, but going to fell safe. That one couldn't go on anywhere, but he's prepared to take his chances. Is Martin, the right-hander. Sarfraz Khan was the fielder on that occasion. At backward point, that ball just kept going away from his reach. Lucky escape, I would say, for somebody like Martin. But this is how the Aussies go about their job, we know. At the moment, their national side is not enjoying their time in India. Lost 2 matches on the trot in the 3-match triangular series. Today, I think they're going to play their last match against India. Good line by Roshan Khan to the left-hander, not giving him any width. We know that the left-handers like width, no matter from which part of the world they can be. Down the leg side. At times he overcompensates a little bit too much, in my opinion. He just needs to keep it as simple as possible, because he's that kind of bowler. It doesn't have much pace. He's only medium. And it's imperative for him to maintain a good line. That's better. Leaves that safely alone, does the left-hander. So I was talking about the width to the left-handers. Most of the players in the history, if you talk about, have been very severe. Even if we can talk about somebody like Adam Gilchrist, one would say that Matty Hadden was a bit leg-side-ish player. but he too used to play very good through the offside. Now that is going to be another boundary. It was lofted and just beats that short cover fielder, gets over the top of him, and when that ball gets past that inside circle, the 30-yard circle, it's going to race away to the boundary, as we can witness a very good outfield today. It's very good to have such an outfield, you know, when the players are, the batters in particular, are getting value for the shot, it's always going to be a confidence booster for them. So that over was concluded with that boundary, and it's 20 for none after 4. Now they're stopping a while, but I don't know what's going on. Let's get on with it. A little bit of shape into the right-hander, as we see Abdul Haq is trying to make the batter play at almost every delivery, which is always a good option for an opening bowler. With on offer this time, he goes for a slash. If you go at it, go hard at it. This is what they say. Even the outside edge like that will carry the ball all the way to the boundary. Very hard to set a field for that. It was width on offer. Yes, one could say that it was an outside edge. Flashy blade by the right-hander. Third had no chance to cut that off because that one went in a flash to the boundary. Look at that, change in length this time, change in line too. Yoke length, worked off the toes. It's good cricket by both of these Aussie batters, Martin in particular, hitting a boundary and then changing the strike over. Very important. Not necessarily you can go for the boundaries of every delivery, but if you have the opportunity, just a little bit of shape, I assume, is getting the ball to move a touch in the air as well, which is encouraging for a bowler. Attempted bouncer there, not directed as he would have liked, so we'll have to re-bowl that. It's always a good option, I keep on saying that, for a bowler, that you can bowl the bouncer, but still, I would say that you have to be impeccable with your line as well. That's better, but nicely punched off the back foot. That's a beautiful looking stroke. The ball has not gone to the boundary, but that really was one treat to watch, that stroke. He's looking very good, Martin. He's on 17 of just 19 deliveries. Off to a very good start, Aussies, after winning the toss and opting to bat first. So it'll be a dot to finish the over. 5 done. There are 29 for none. UAE so far have won a couple of games in this tournament. They've shown promise, that is for sure. And today they're ready for the challenge as I talk to their skipper at the toss. Rafaela is a very experienced campaigner, vastly experienced. They've got quite a few seasoned and experienced players in their side, but they need to bring all of that experience to this match in particular, in my opinion, because this is kind of a do and die match for them. Roshan will be continuing. He's been a touch expensive, in my opinion, Roshan, but they know that he's their wicket taker. They want him to get that early breakthrough, which is very important for the UAE's perspective. He went for 19 of his 2, but still, captain has trust on him. It's a good line. I get the feeling that somebody like Roshan at times feels very comfortable bowling to the left-hander when he's getting the ball across. But when he tends to bowl too straight, then in my opinion, he does a little too much. And a couple of wides we have seen in this spell so far, down the leg side of the left-hander. That's much better. Very good start to this over. So it's important that when you see the batter struggling at one particular line and length, you have to be able to continue with the same line and length. Your accuracy has got to be spot on to test the skills of the batter. No need to mix it up. This time he goes a little fuller. Lucky to get away with that. That could have gone anywhere. Walked away off the hip this time and will take a single at least, and they're settled for 1. I would say it's a good comeback by the bowler Roshan, as he was taken for 19 of his first 2, has conceded only 1 run in the first 5 deliveries of this over, and would love to finish it well as well. But this time around, he will be bowling to the right-hander, Martin. Let's see how he goes about. Good delivery. Very good delivery to finish the over. 6 done, it's 30 for none. The things looked pretty simple at the moment in the first half an hour's play that we have witnessed so far. Not a lot of movement, not a lot of purchase for the medium pacers. It will be interesting to see how the pitch behaves when the spinners will be introduced into the attack. They have some good spinners in the side, have UAE. So it'll be important and interesting in a way as well to see when they bring on spinners into the attack. At the moment, Abdul Haq is bowling brilliantly. He's gone for the appeal, but umpire is not interested. Again, I think it was pitched outside leg stump. Would love to see in the replay. There you go. Hard to tell from here, but it was worth a shout. Maybe touch on the higher side as well, considering the bounce, the kind of bounce this pitch is extracting. We can expect that ball to go over the top of the stumps, especially from this end, from the sea view end, from Abdul Haq's bowling. The bounce has been good, not on that occasion particularly, but generally we have seen quite a few good carries through to the keeper, and we all have to keep in the back of our minds that these are not the fast bowlers, these are only the medium pacers. And if the medium pacers can get the ball to bounce at about rib cage height from just back of length, look at that. Full toss on the pads. I would say he's pretty lucky on that occasion. The batter should have been able to put that away. Gets a single down to deep fine. Got away with few these UAE bowlers, I suspect, earlier this morning. That was that shout for leg before, which was turned down by the umpire. A little bit of movement into the right-hander. He looks pretty solid when he plays through the covers, does Martin. Rafe behind the stumps, their wicketkeeper. He's the captain of the side. Most experienced of the lot in the UAE. Wrapped on the pads again, not interested as that was clearly pitched outside the leg stump. So another good over by Abdul Haq comes to an end, 7 done. As we have to take a look at that again. 32 without loss of wicket, Australia after winning the toss. For those who have just joined us now, today the toss has been won by the Australian captain Justin Poole, and he has decided to bat first. And at the moment, we haven't seen any sort of extravagant swing from the medium pacers. And it will be interesting to see how pitch behaves when the spinners will come into bowling. As we see, it will be Roshan continuing. Just quietly moving towards their innings, both of these Aussie batters, I would say. They're off to a kind of good start, we can say. Martin and Craig Mackay, respectively, batting on 18 and 10. and looking good. Martin in particular looked pretty solid when it comes to defending of the front foot. You have to be a good front foot player, I'll tell you one thing, if you are to survive in the subcontinental conditions. And if you put them short, they will hit you all day. This is where the Aussies like it most. A bit like Shane Watson in that stroke. What a player he used to be for the Aussies. Just a couple of bounces before it trickles to the boundary. That's better. Good line and good length, and getting the ball to cut into the batter, into the right-hander with the angle. We have seen few balls carrying pretty nicely. The bounce has been very impressive of this surface so far, what we have witnessed. Touch fuller this time and played it late. So as I keep on saying that the Aussies are always good players of the back foot as they play on the faster pitches back in Australia. So it seems to be very good, especially the Martin right-hander, when it comes to playing of the front foot. So if you are a good front foot player, more often than not, it's expected that you're going to be a good player against the spin. The angle is changed by the bowler against the left-hander, and some sort of approaches that one just moved a little bit of swing away from the left-hander's bat. And if he's able to extract that, he's going to definitely ask some questions to the left-hander at least, if he's not comfortable to the right-hander. And if he pitches it up, he will go over mid-off and will get himself another six, the left-hander. It's his first six, probably the first six of the match, but it's a good one on the slot and bank. Nice follow through, and it has carried all the way for the maximum. What a way to finish the over. 8 done, Aussies are 43 for none. So if we talk about that last six of the last ball, regardless of whatever movement is available of the surface, when the ball is pretty much closer to the batter, he has no really tension, I would say, or he's not afraid to put his bat on the ball and hit through the line. And if it is little short, then they're prepared to cut it away. That was the angle bat used by Martin, the right-hander, to get the ball to the third. Rotation of strike has been also very impressive alongside with the boundaries that they have achieved so far. So it's been a very good opening partnership building up for the Australians. And this is what they were looking for after winning the toss and opting to bat first. You can't ask your batters to do better than this, what they have achieved so far. Full toss, clipped off the pads, and that will go all the way to the boundary. Easy pickings for the left-hander. Losing a little bit of plot here, the Emirates bowlers. Look at that. It was just asking to be hit. And he's good enough, the left-hander, to hit that away. So they've made it count, most of the opportunities coming their way, both of these Aussie batters. Into the 20s, both of these batters now. Looking good, both of them. Look at that, slight fumble. It's not the first time that we are seeing a fumble where the ball should have been collected cleanly. They seem to be a little down for the count, in my opinion. If we can take a look at the body language of the Emirates players, they don't seem to be ready for this kind of challenge, in my opinion. I hope I'm wrong for a UAE's perspective, but this is what we can see at the moment. They need a wicket very desperately. Somehow or the other, they've got to find a way to break this partnership. Short of one, pulled away, short on jab. The timing was exquisite on that occasion. Martin is looking very dangerous, and the 50 is raised with that boundary. .50 comes up for the Aussies in a very quick time. So Michael has joined us in the commentary box. We'll talk to him after the end of this over. 9 overs been bowled and the Aussies are 53 for none. What a time to walk to the commentary box, Mikey.
Thank you, Falakshir. It's great to be here and nice to be arriving in the commentary box as Australia have reached 53 runs without the loss of a wicket.
Yeah, for the opening batters, I would say that you just can't ask more from them. They look pretty good, especially when it comes to striking the ball. Anything in their zone, they have just put their bats at it and never missed any opportunity. They've been very severe, I would say. They haven't held themselves back. And on the other hand, they've looked very solid in defense too. So it's been a very good opening stand so far.
It has been. Their shot selection has been excellent. In the face of some quite sharp bowling from Mr. Huck, to run in and bowl 5 overs of genuine speed was quite an impressive spell there from the top end. So for our opening batters to be able to contend with some good quality short pitch bowling and then capitalise when the ball was in their strike zone has been some really good batting from Craig McKay and Martin Radshoulders.
Yeah, you're right, Mikey, and I would love to know that what's going to be the strategy from the Emirates bowlers and their captain in particular, who's been watching all the action quite closely because he's keeping the wickets. He's behind the stumps, the UAE captain. So we'll be watching pretty closely how this pitch is behaving and what their bowlers are there to do and what they're achieving at the moment and what the strengths and the weaknesses of the Aussie batters so far. You would have been observing quite closely, I suspect, as we see that he's brought about a change in the bowling now. Sana Baloch has been the new bowler. He's the slow bowler, the spin bowler introduced into the attack. What do you make of it?
Yeah, to be wicketkeeper captain can be challenging, but it can also provide great advantages just to be able to see the angles in the field from the batter's perspective. But to be able to keep for 45 overs in this heat, plus to be able to captain the side as well is a great credit to him. This pitch itself, it's actually got a bit more grass on it than we've seen on other wickets. It perhaps looks a little bit more like a wicket we'd see in Australia, where there is a good grass cover but still very hard underneath. And we saw that with some of the fast bowling, that there was a bit of genuine bounce and genuine lift there with the new ball, which from a fast bowler's perspective or a seam bowler's perspective is something that we always like to see. But I think the match is quite nicely poised at the moment. Spin's been a very dominant factor throughout the course of this tournament, and I think our batting performance will really turn on how well it is that we can manipulate the field against the spin bowlers and then take the opportunity to hit boundaries when they present.
Yeah, and I've been impressed actually in a way with the bounce, what we have seen of the surface, though we know that these bowlers are not like Tomos and Lele's and Brett Lees and Shoaib Akhtar's. They're not that quick, but still we have seen some good bounce in the first early couple of overs or so. What do you make of it? The bounce has been impressive, isn't it?
It's been good. It brings, good bounce brings 360-degree shot making into play. We've seen some good horizontal bat shots played against the shorter deliveries, and we've seen bowlers being able to target different areas of the batsman's body. It's not just been a sort of top of off and sit outside off stump style of bowling attack that we've seen so far. Huck certainly charged in from that top end and he hit the wicket hard, and he saw good bounce as a result. Yeah, bumpers, which it's not something you see a lot of in over 40s cricket. I tried one a couple of days ago. It got to probably the lower rib, and then I realised I had to get back to hitting top of off.
But I get the feeling that you're easily over 6 feet tall, so you should be able to get some good bounce when you try to hit the deck. Well, again, coming to that point, Mikey, that you made earlier, that it's sort of a tough job being a captain. There's an appeal, but umpire is not interested. That ends the over. 10 done. It's 59 for none. As we see that again in the replay, clearly going down the leg side with the angle. So what do you make of the strategy from your players? I would love to know from now on.
I think we're off to a very good start. So to be close to a run of ball after 10 overs, no wickets down, that's a fantastic platform for us. We possibly might see a period of consolidation where they just look to hit ones to the outfield, rotate strikes. So if we're scoring perhaps off 3 to 4 balls and over, that would still keep the scoreboard ticking over in a low-risk fashion. And then if they can then capitalise when the 4 balls exist and those boundary balls present themselves, so that we've got some wickets in the shed to really look to capitalise and go hard in that last 10 to 15 overs and hopefully post a really large score today that'll be difficult for the UAE to chase down.
I'm sure you are not expecting a wicket to fall down at the moment, but whenever a wicket falls down, I wonder if somebody like Pooley could come in and just find some good form, as he's been striving of good form in this tournament in particular. He's your main player, he's your captain, and I'm sure that you need your captain to lead from the front to be in a very good touch.
Yeah, he's made some good starts. He got 80-odd in one of the practice games. Looked good every time he's gone out to play, but in a few instances he's perhaps lost his wicket just as he got himself set. So he's a really high-class cricketer, and I expect that we'll see that class shine through, and hopefully the day to do it, and we can really see him cash in and help Australia get to a really good total.
Yeah, at the moment we see in the middle the Aussie players are looking very good, and this is how they would love to continue in the merry way, the way they've started. And this pitch has been very good to bat on. Earlier talking to their captain Justin, he was very confident with winning the toss and opting to bat first. He knew that this pitch is going to play well, and the ball will be coming relatively easier on the bat and relatively quicker as well as compared to the last few games we had in this ground. I don't have any idea about the other grounds. I would love to know about from Mikey's thoughts. What are your thoughts on the other pitches that you have played in this tournament so far?
Yeah, they've been a real experience for us coming from Australia. Certainly less grass than we would be used to seeing on a wicket in Australia. They've played very true and quite fast onto the bat, but not significant. Yes. They all have their own subtleties. Gymkhana, have we seen a wicket fall there? It looks like we have. Craig McKay looks like he may have just holed out to deep cover. Perhaps not. Perhaps not.
Maybe bounced.
Might have bounced just in front of him, that's right. Yeah, so the Gymkhana ground, very, very white pitch, very, very hard, very, very flat. Perhaps not the level of bounce that we've seen on this wicket here. The National Bank Stadium, just a beautiful ground, lush outfield, good all-round wickets. Certainly a place where spin has played a large part in the outcome of all of the matches. The good quality.
Ball before when Mackay hit one in the air and it nearly carried to that fielder at mid-off. Now a little bit of reversey. Now trying few different things now. It's the confidence, isn't it? A switch hit. A little bit of David Warner. He's mastering that switch hits, isn't he?
Yeah, that's such a tough shot to play. Every time I see a player do it and execute it well, I kind of I catch my breath for a moment. If he misses that, he's out LBW, but he's nailed the shot and he's earned himself 4 runs as a result. But very, very tough shot to play, and it certainly puts a lot of thought in the captain's mind and the bowler's mind when you've got a batsman out there that can reverse sweep or switch hit a spin bowler.
And that's the evidence. He goes wide down the leg side. Too wide from my liking. Javed Gul is the bowler. He has to be very precise with his lines, especially when he's bowling to this pair. They seem to be very severe. Anything in their arc, they're prepared to put their bat on it, and that too very effectively so far. No, that one just hardly approached to the batter. It took ages, though it's given wide. Yeah, we'll have to re-bowl that. How slow was that?
Yeah, he certainly held that one back, perhaps looking to tempt Craig McKay to play another one of those lofted cover drives, perhaps looking for the wicket at deep extra cover. But Craig was happy just to see that one go through to the wicket keeper and just outside the wide line, so called a wide by the umpire. Perhaps the tactics here from the bowler are more, to be sort of slower outside off stump and really look to make the... Ooh, here we go. We've got a shout for an LBW. And it looks like the... Oh dear, it's bowled him.
Yeah, you're right, Mikey. I think he's bowled him. Inside edge. Top of off. Maybe just kissed the bail and dislodged it. I think he's gone. The left-hander is gone. That's nicely bowled. Good comeback by Gul. So, they have their first. It's the first scalp. What do you make of it?
Well, a really good opening stand there from Australia to get us to 50-odd for the fall of the first wicket. Really nicely bowled there by Gul. That ball's just slid back through between bat and pad. Kissed the top of the off stump. If you're any kind of a bowler, be it spin, be it pace, to hit the top of off is always the goal for the vast majority of deliveries, and he's able to achieve that there, and as a result he's claimed the wicket of Craig McKay. So well done to Mr. Gul for taking that wicket. And while I'm here, if you don't mind, I want to take the opportunity to thank a few of my teammates, to everyone at Queen's Cricket Club back on the Gold Coast in Australia, It's been fantastic, the support that I've been receiving from my teammates and clubmates back there in Australia. And also my children, Blair and Aidan Durbridge, they've been watching the streams from Australia, and they were pretty excited the other day when Dad got to speak on the TV. So I got a WhatsApp message from them to say that I had to say hello to them the next time I'm here sitting with you. So thank you for the opportunity to do that.
You're always welcome, Mikey, and I got the feeling that the excitement of your children would have become more higher when they saw their dad speaking on the TV, and that too doing the commentary. Just a good experience doing commentary, isn't it?
It is. It's great fun, and to be here with a highly accomplished commentator who can feed me excellent questions, so I don't have to think too hard about what I need to say. It just makes it so much easier. And to the production teams that have put together the coverage for this tournament, it's just mind-blowing. For so many of us, we've played our club cricket. There's certain technologies now that will stream a bit of cricket that we'll see around Australia, but for the professionalism of the commentary, the video and the streaming services that have been put out from Veterans Cricket Australia and their affiliates has been mind-boggling for all of us that have been here to take part in this tournament. So for all involved in that, you certainly have the sincere thanks and congratulations from the Australian cricket team.
As we see Steve Paulson making his way to the centre, and he's immediately off the mark. Just leans onto that one, which was a flighty delivery in a way, I would say. But he's done well to get bat on that and play that on the onside. So a wicket in that over, a success for the UAE. It's 68 for 1 after 11. Well, I would love to ask you a question, Mikey, that taking care of the facilities and all the things which are happening here in Pakistan, what should be the kind of encouragement for you guys back in Australia when it comes to over 40s or sort of veteran cricket, whatever you call it? So what should be the kind of, I would say, encouragement and excitement that you're going to carry through from here?
Yeah, I see veterans cricket as a real growth product in the cricket marketplace. I'm involved with juniors at my club, and there's a saturation level, particularly in boys juniors in cricket in Australia, and certainly young boys. There's so many different opportunities for them to play different sports and participate in sports. And what we've seen in Australia is a real growth in girls cricket. That's a real growth market in veterans cricket. And for my club back there in Queen's Cricket Club on the Gold Coast, the Gold Coast Association, we have quite a strong over 40s competition now, where a lot of fellows who have done their time, they've played a lot of grade cricket. They might have children who are coming through the game as well, and then they get to play their veterans cricket on a Sunday afternoon, which is a really nice balance between junior cricket on Saturdays, the senior cricket played on Saturdays. And I think the big eye-opener for me in being involved in this tournament is just seeing how veterans cricket and the overage formats just seem to be growing and growing as a huge product right around the world, Australia, Pakistan, and in so many places. And it's providing opportunities now for, say, mature cricketers to travel the world, see different parts of the world, and share a common passion and enjoyment, which is the game of cricket, with people from other nations. And to reflect on that is it's a real buzz and a huge satisfaction.
Yeah, you're right, Mikey, because it's kind of a building up, I would say, growth in recognition. This over 40s or veterans, whatever you call it, this cricket is slowly but surely is just becoming a brand, I would say, because it's been watched worldwide now, and people are taking care of it and holding tournaments like this, the way we have here, this Global Cup of cricket in Pakistan. It is definitely going to boost the confidence. Oh, look at that. I think, has he bowled in? I get the feeling that it's another one played on. No, what's happening to these Aussies? They're playing on.
Yeah, it looks like a faster ball speared in at the stumps, and it's just clipped the back pad and then deflected back onto the stumps. Nice little bit of drift and angle there from the left arm of Ballock coming from around the wicket. And Martin Radshoulders, who'd been batting so well, has now been dismissed in Australia. We've lost 2 wickets in the last 2 overs, both bowled to spin bowlers coming back in through the gate. So that will see the Australian captain Justin Poole, who'll join Steve Paulson at the crease now with Australia 2 wickets down for 58 now in the 12th over. A promising start from both our opening batsmen, and from an Australian perspective, a shame to see them dismissed in consecutive overs to what's been some good slow ball bowling from the UAE team.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Mikey. I get the feeling that now it's going to be a pair which is arguably the most seasoned player in your side, in Poole and Paulson.
Yeah, Steve Paulson and Justin Poole have both had really long careers in the Brisbane QCA competition, both highly accomplished batsmen. Steve Paulson, I believe, has over 20,000 runs, first grade runs, batting in the Queensland Cricket Association first grade. He's a lifelong product of the Western Suburbs Cricket Club team. He's played a lot of, I believe, second 11 cricket, and he played a bit of Big Bash cricket for the Brisbane Heat a few years ago. Justin Poole, he's an ex-Australian under-19 batsman. He's the leading run scorer, all-time leading run scorer at Wynnum Manly District Cricket Club in the Brisbane grade competition. So it would probably be fair to say they would be our strongest 2 batters in the batting lineup. That are complemented by some other really good batsmen as well, but we certainly would not want to see a good partnership here from these 2.
Well, we are talking about the Aussies batting which is going on in the middle at the moment, but would love to ask a question to the fellow sitting to my left, Mikey, for being bowler yourself. I think it's over bowled, 12 done, 70 for 2. So I was just about to ask you a question, Mikey, that from where you get the faster bowlers? Is it from the Queensland or from the Western Australia? I'm talking about people like Lillies and Tomos, Bretleys, McGraws, Gillespies, all those greats, and nowadays Starkeys and Hazelwood. You've got some great ones in the list.
Yeah, there have been some fantastic fast bowlers come through the Australian system over the years. I grew up in country Victoria, so I grew up watching Damien Fleming bowl big hooping outswingers, Glenn McGrath more up and over the top. With amazing control. When I first moved to Queensland had an incredible stock of fast bowlers. The Andy Bickles, Michael Kasprowitz, Mitchell Johnson. He came through the ranks in my era of grade cricket in Brisbane. The list goes on. You go to WA and you've got your Lilies, Tomo, Jeff Thompson being a Queenslander. There's certainly been some really good fast bowlers that have come out of Australia, as we see Justin Poole just work that ball neatly to backward square leg and pick up a single. So yeah, the fast bowling is probably something that most young kids are taught. You know, they're sort of taught to grip the ball, seam up, and initially put their bowling action together as a seam up fast bowler before they then might splice out into the spin, the dark arts of spin bowling. But as a seam bowler myself, I always like to see guys run in hard, hit the wicket hard. And be able to challenge the batsman both front foot and back foot with those fast bowling skills.
And when it comes to playing in the subcontinent, I'm sure you would love to have another Shane Warne in the side. He was very genius, and he knew what he was achieving, and the kind of ability he had was just incredible, to say the least. Arguably the greatest of all time.
Yes, I mean, just a genius. To see the way that he would construct his wickets, think his way through the wickets. And there's been a lot of big spinners and big turners over the years, but the control that he had with the ball and the way that he was able to impose himself on the game from a presence perspective as well as a skill execution perspective, whether we ever see another one like him will remain to be seen, but he was certainly the genius of his era, and perhaps one of the most amazing leg spinners ever seen to play the game. We've certainly seen leg spin really come to the fore, particularly in the subcontinent. Different style of leg spin gets bowled a lot today. As we see Gould come in here, flights this one up, and Justin Poole goes inside out over the offside and down a long off for a single. So we see a lot of faster, flatter leg spinners these days. It's been a really successful technique, particularly in the short format cricket, where they'll bowl faster down into the pitch. They'll have a quick wrong and they'll have their fast leg break. Shane Warne was more of an up the back of the ball leg spinner who'd look to fly it, dip it and craft his wickets that way. But it's we look at the development of the game and the development of the skills that so many of these players have now, and their ability to adapt to short form, long form cricket is a credit to the way that they can play the game.
Well, it's a very good point that you made, that the bowler seems to have changed their tactics a little bit nowadays, but I'll give you the answer to that, because with the arrival of the T20 and cricket being so fast, as we see that beautiful sweep shot, this time it's from the bat of Justin Poole, the captain. He's, I would say, announces his arrival at the crease with that boundary. He's off to 10, but his first boundary for sure. Looked pretty confident in executing that sweep shot. And once we know that the ball goes past that short fine leg, there's no one stopping. 13 overs bowled, it's 80 for 2. So I was talking about the spinners just changing their tactics and trying to bring something new to their armory. I would say that we had quite a few great spinners in our history. If we talk about the late 70s and early 80s, we had people like Iqbal Qasim. And then afterwards we had Abdul Qadir. He was a great leg spinner. He's late, but he was just one of the greats. Then afterwards in the 90s and early 20s, I would say we had people like Mushtaq Ahmed, Saklan Mushtaq, the off spinner, the inventor of the Doosra. Yep. So we had some good history, and then afterwards we had people like Syed Ajmal. When we talk about Syed Ajmal, I don't forget that semi-final he was taken to the cleaners by Mike Hussey in the World Cup. That really cost us the cup. We cannot forget that, but still I would say that we had very good history when it comes to spinners. We had in between people like Shahid Afridi, who was a wrist spinner, more of a faster trajectory. He was a different kind of spinner, but he was a wicket taker. To your information, I will tell you something, Mikey. He was the partnership breaker for us for over a number of years. And to the interest of our viewers, I would love to announce that in the next game, maybe, I'm not sure he's playing today or not, but in the next game, surely he's going to join the team. He will be playing for the Veterans over 40s Cricket Global Cup here in the National Stadium, Karachi. That will be telecast, obviously, all of the matches of Pakistan live on Jio Super, the national TV channel. And talking about the history of the spinners, they were quite orthodox in a way. But with the arrival of the T20 and the bats, you know, becoming more heavier, and the edges of the bat are so thick nowadays, the batters just need to get some part of the bat and the ball just flies away to the boundary. It's been kind of a nightmare for the bowlers, so they had to change their tactics. Then we have, as we see, there is an appeal turned down by the umpire. We had people like Imad Wasim from our side. He used to open the bowling in the T20s. He was a very good left-arm orthodox. He used to bowl pre-straight, stump to stump, and use his arm ball to good effect. And then we had somebody like Mohammad Hafiz, who's retired a couple of years back. He used to open the bowling as well in the T20s and at times in the ODIs as well, when the pitches are more helpful for the spinners. So we had quite a bit of history, and it's pretty important, but I still wonder that we are striving for the great spinners in our side, because having so much great history, it's very important that in every era you got to have somebody like Abdul Qadir, like Mushtaq Ahmed, or Saklan Mushtaq, or even Syed Ajmal. So you got to have somebody to, you know, hold up that end, to fill that space. And from your end, I would love to know, after Warney and Brad Hogg, you have people like Zampa, who's been impressive in a way, but I think you got to have some more as well. As you see the World Cup coming up in India, there will be a spinner's territory.
I think it definitely will be. Subcontinent conditions, as we know, they've always suited spin bowling. The short format cricket, captains and teams are really looking at strategies to try to take angles out of the game. So the slower bowlers, you can generally take a certain percentage of the field out of play, that being the area from sort of gully through to deep fine leg. It becomes a harder area for batsmen to score boundaries against the slower bowlers. We see so many of those professional white ball cricketers that they can ramp to the leg side, they can ramp to the offside. Against the quick bowlers, they can hit boundaries 360 degrees. Whereas the slow bowlers, they give the captains the advantage of being able to take certain areas out of the field as a designated boundary zone. Something that's really impressed me in talking to people here in Pakistan are the coaches that are developing academies and the pathway programs that are being that exist here. I believe the National Bank sponsor an academy here at this ground, and there's subsidised training and practice pitches and coaching that's available to young children to come and learn the game of cricket and learn the craft of cricket. As we've driven around Karachi, we've seen the game of cricket being played in so many different places. As we see Justin Poole cut that ball out through the offside, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. So that every nation, I think, is always looking for that next one-in-a-generation cricketer. There's certainly a lot of effort from the grassroots level back in Australia, but I'm also seeing it here in Pakistan as pathways are being created so that young players can come and express themselves, show their abilities. As we see Justin Poole, he swept that one up and over fine leg this time and down to the boundary for 4. So from the club level, the grassroots level through to the national level, all nations, I do believe, are really looking for that next once-in-a-generation player to try to identify them early and to be able to develop those skills so that hopefully they then in turn help their countries both in tournaments and then perhaps even carry through to veterans cricket such as this.
Yeah, you got to just keep your fingers crossed for that point in particular. As we see Justin Poole enjoying himself with his sweeping, seems to be a very good sweeper of the cricket ball. This time a very good driver through the covers as well. So he's showing his class here is Justin Poole, just letting us know that he has got some shots in the book. Off the front foot this time, nicely driven through the gap. It was tossed up a little, and there you go. Justin Poole all along the carpet, goes through the gap. It's a kind of an packed offside field, I would say, and he's done well to thread in the needle. There was an invitation, wasn't there? Maybe a little too wide for Poole's perspective. Yes. Could have tried another drive. What do you make of it?
Yeah, they've set themselves up last over of this power play. Only 3 fielders outside the circle. We've got a deep long, a deep forward square leg, and after those 2 sweep shots, we've now got a deep backward square leg. So the bowler was really looking to keep the ball outside the off stump, and that cover drive, off drive that Poole hit, lovely shot, managed to pick the gap between mid-off and the extra cover. Good contest. You can see the strategy that the UAE are working to here, and Justin Poole, he's been up to the task thus far. Now, while I'm here, might I ask you a question? So you've been commentating the games at National Bank Stadium throughout this tournament. For the viewers at home and for myself, would you be able to give me and the viewers an impression of the tournament so far as you've seen it, and the things you've really liked and enjoyed about this tournament?
Well, to be honest, Mikey, it's been a great experience, but we'll talk about that after the drinks break, as we need a little bit of breaks here in the commentating bench, you know.
Thank you very much.
So we'll get back to you after drinks break. Keep in touch with us, all the viewers. As you can see, the betting card of the Aussies, they're 95 for 2 after 15. Welcome back after the drinks break. As we see, the Aussies are 2 down for 95 in 15 overs, and Sana Baloch will be the bowler to continue after the drinks break. So a very good question, Mikey. It's been a great feeling, to be a commentator in such a great event like this, over 40s Global Cricket Cup. As we see, there is an appeal made by the bowler. He's been bowling brilliantly. He's been player of the match in the last game. Very impressive, Sana Baloch. Everything which I've been witnessing over here has been just fascinating, to say the least, because I've been joined with people like you, and it's just nothing less than a fun for me to share microphone with you people, and from most of the people across the countries which are participating in this over 40s Global Cricket Cup, in the West Indians. I'm yet to have any USA player in the commentating bench, as they didn't play any game in this ground in particular, because I'm commentating for this ground, and the other colleagues are doing their job at the different venues. So taking a look at the response and the feedbacks that I've been receiving from my friends back in home and across the border, I have quite a few friends on social media. It's been a very good, I would say it's been kind of an honor for me, and I would say it's all happening because of Pakistan Veterans Cricket Association, and we are thankful to Mr. Fawad Ijaz Khan, the chairman of PVCA. Awesome. It's been just great. And the other things that I like most about this tournament in particular, that we people have been developing quite a few friendships and quite a few new things which are coming. And the other thing, that in the rest days, the entertainment that we are having is just incredible. It's just amazing, mind-blowing, all of these things. You can take every positive note from this activity, and I hope that it will continue in the future as well. It's been awesome, and I can expect that you will be having same sort of thoughts as well, as we see that over bowled, it's 98 for 2.
Yes, we had a rest day yesterday, and we were lucky to be able to enjoy the Karachi golf course. We were so well looked after. I almost felt embarrassed to the level of assistance we were provided. The caddies were amazing. I'm a pretty erratic golfer, and my poor old caddy, he had to run right and run left, and he kept finding my ball, and so on. We played beautiful golf course there, the Karachi golf course, and to Mr. Farwood for being able to open the doors to us to be able to see such a facility and enjoy that afternoon was something that I remember forever. I find it difficult to play golf back at home now without a buggy and a caddy and for someone to do all of the heavy lifting for me. So for the quality of the hospitality that we've received during and also outside the game days really has been something else, and it's just a huge credit to Pakistan Veterans Cricket Association for what they've put together, as we see Steve Paulson drive that ball down to long on and pick up an easy single. And may I ask again, so the commentary fraternity and the production teams that have been putting together the video, the sound and everything that we're seeing, is there a tight-knit fraternity of commentators and people that are working in the media that have been able to enjoy this tournament as well?
Well, everyone seems to be enjoying, because I've been together with all of my colleagues yesterday at the golf club, Karachi Golf Club as well. And actually, we have our media director in Naseem Rajput, who is directing all these things, and this production and commentary has been directed by him. He's a very experienced person, and in this part of the world, he doesn't need any introduction. He's a TV personality, and it's been awesome stuff made by Naseem Rajput. He's been very active. But one thing is for sure, that I was talking to him yesterday. he was not showing any tiredness because there is too much fatigue on him. But when we see him pumping up and, you know, feeling excited about the things, it really gives us so much encouragement to do more. You know, it's all about doing more. When you do more, then you have something to achieve, and the things definitely come in your favor more often than not. So at the moment, things are looking pretty awesome, I would say, from your perspective, from your side's perspective. Let's be honest, at the moment you're a commentator, so you'll say the Aussies are 100 for 2, which is a good looking scorecard, as we see Paulson hit that in the gap and the ball is going towards the boundary, but the fielder will come across, will cut that off as they pinch another couple of runs.
Yeah, nicely struck there from Steve Paulson. Might have bounced off the shin of the fielder there at mid-wicket and then kicked on to be mopped up by the deep long-on fielder. The scale of the production that we've seen, everything from transport, rest day entertainment to the media, the logistics of putting this tournament together, it really does blow my mind when I start thinking about all of the things that needed to have been put together. And to Mr. Farward and the wider organising group, it's a huge congratulations to them to see the tournament pulled off in such a smooth and organised manner. So this nice little partnership here between Steve Paulson and Justin Poole. They've consolidated after the loss of those 2 quick wickets, and Australia now find themselves 102 for 2. Justin Poole, 21 off 21 balls. He's played a couple of nice sweep shots along with a good cover drive. And Steve Paulson, he's just building up his innings now, 11 runs off 13 deliveries. From an Australian perspective, we'd certainly like to see these two bat through these middle overs so that we can have a foundation to really launch from at the back end of the innings. But we are seeing some really good spin bowling here being executed by the UAE bowlers. They're attacking the stumps. They're looking to really sort of spear the ball into the pitch, attack the stumps and really look for those bolts and LBs. And from an Australian perspective, where there's been a loose ball, we've been able to put it away and score runs and also keep the scoreboard ticking over with the singles.
Well, he was almost begging. That was a loud appeal made by Sanam Baloch. As we have a look at that again in the replay, it was a close case. Nicely bowled. He's keeping it up. He's been very impressive. Has taken a wicket as well. Has given just 13 runs and taken a wicket so far into his 5th over. Imran Javed has been the first-class umpire. He's been very vigilant. The umpiring has been generally very good in this tournament. Steve Paulson and Justin Poole at the crease. One would say that in a 45 over game or a 50 over game, there's a big appeal, but with the angle, I suspect that ball would have gone on to miss the stumps. This is what umpire thinks. Need to have a look at that again. Yeah, looked pretty close, but very hard to get that ball hitting the stumps from that angle. This time he bowls a little shorter with a flatter trajectory, and he's been hit away off the back foot to the covers. We'll take a single. So I was telling you about this thing, Mikey, that one would say that making or breaking situation in a 45 over match or an ODI is with the start or the beginning, but in my opinion, maybe, with the start and ending. But in my opinion, I wonder if Phil would agree or not. But it's just my personal opinion. I think that the situation is there to be making in the middle overs because your temperament is tested, your skill level is being tested. And if you are up up for the challenge, if you're prepared enough and you have some good temperament and technically you're good enough to survive in that particular period, and you have the ability to rotate the strike and get the odd boundary and build up a partnership, construct an innings, play like somebody like Steve Waugh, and Ponting, we all know that he was great with the bat. Talking about Aussie's perspective, we had some great ones in the middle order as well. In Inzamam, earlier days, Zaire Abbas used to be a very good player in the ODIs in particular. Javed Miandad was a very good player as well. And later on we had people like Mohammad Yusuf. So I'm telling about the fact again, to be able to survive in that middle period, in the middle phase of the game, to the over number 15 to, I suppose, over number 35. These 20 overs are going to be very key. And as a batter, you're tested temperamentally, mentally, and your skill level as well. As we see another wicket falling down just at the wrong time for the Aussies.
Yeah, it is such a great point that you make, and the art of middle over batting is something that's often overlooked. There's certainly a fashion for those who are able to bludgeon the ball, hit a lot of fours, hit a lot of sixes, but that art of middle over batting really is the ability to hit gaps, punch fields, rotate strike, and do it in a way that it is an art. It's an art in constructing an innings in a low risk manner whilst not being defensive. When I was very young, I remember Javed Miandad and some of the innings that he would play, and we might be watching the game roll on, perhaps not thinking that too much was going on, and you'd look up and you'd see Javed was 50 runs off 55 deliveries, and it was his ability to score runs off a high percentage of deliveries that just demonstrated his greatness in so many ways. Certainly the will and the want to have wickets in the shed at the back end of the innings, where there is more of a licence to take risk and try to clear boundaries and hit boundaries, comes from the base that the batsmen lay through that middle over period, as you say, that 15 to 35 over period in these matches. And if we can roll along at that 4.5 to 5 runs and over low risk with few wickets falling, then it does provide us that base. Similarly, we've seen, again, the last 8 overs well bowled from the UAE spin bowlers. They've hit good areas, they've hit good lengths. They've been able to extract some sideways movement from this wicket, and as a result, they've earned themselves 3 Australian wickets.
You were talking about the great Javed Miandad. I can still recall my memory and remember when he used to play for Pakistan, he used to say that if a genuine batter, a recognized batter is at the crease, you don't have to worry about the run rate, even if it becomes 10 runs per over, the required run rate. You don't have to worry about that. If a genuine batter, regardless of the hitters, he was not talking about the hitters like Afridi and Razak on that occasion. He was talking about the genuine batters. If the genuine batter is at the crease, the run rate shouldn't be an issue. Because, if you can construct an innings and you're technically correct, still you have a lot of options to score runs. It's not only about hitting sixes and going after the bowling with some unorthodox fashion. So these are the things which needs to be taken care of by some new players, I suspect, which unfortunately we are lacking in some points. Though we have some great players. If you talk about somebody like Babar Azam from Pakistan,
Yes.
Virat Kohli,
Yes.
Shubman Gill nowadays.
Yes.
You talk about Joe Root,
Kane Williamson.
Kane Williamsons, and Steve Smith. So we have some great ones around the globe. And I still like the way Van der Dussen bats from South Africa in the middle order. He's also a very good addition to their squad for the last 3 or 4 years. Has been a very good performer for them. And I like the way Hashim Amla used to bat. He was a great class act, easy on the eyes. I just like the elegance of somebody like Sangakkara, Mohammad Yusuf, that lazy elegance, watching the ball till the last minute and then timing it. It was just treat to watch on the eyes, wasn't it?
It is. Those guys just have a softness and a suppleness to their wrists and how they execute and how the hands work through the ball that's amazing for those of us that have been around the game and in the game for such a long period of time. Your mind boggles at just how easy they can make some of those shots look. And it's a really interesting point that you make here as we see Justin Poole go after a sweep shot from outside off stump and he fails to connect. It is interesting that the great batters of the modern era, they're all technically proficient. They play well off the back foot, they play well off the front foot, they play the ball late, they play it underneath their eyes. You rarely see them pushing hands outside the eye line, outside the ball, and as much as they can play the amazing shots that make the highlight reels, it's the shots that they play to the good balls in between that really earn them the right to be able to go after the big shots when the opportunity presents itself. And the appreciation for the skill that it takes to do that is very, very high. It's those guys, they're the best in the world at it. There's no doubt about it. And there's been so many great cricketers we've seen come out of Pakistan, come out of India, and just such a rich vein of talent that flows through this part of the world.
Let's not forget somebody like A.B. de Villiers, the 360 degrees. He was something very special. It was just amazing. And I won't take anything away from the credit of the modern era's batters, the way you were mentioning that they are very skillful. They have some great shots. Even we don't see them in the textbook. But to add to that, I'll make a point here that we should talk about the quality of the bowling as well, as we don't see the quality of the bowling as we used to have in the late 70s, or early 80s, or even in the 90s, when we see somebody like, Richard Hadley bowling for New Zealand. It was just amazing, very hard to get away. Tomos and Lilies, and the battery of fast bowling we all know the West Indian used to have in those days was just incredible. In Patrick Pattinson and the likes of Andy Roberts, Joel Garners, Colin Crafts, Michael Holdings, and later on people like Courtney Walsh, Curtly Ambrose, as we see that ball pulled away down towards square leg boundary for a 6. That's a beautiful shot right out of the screws. Yeah, it was a quicker one and nicely executed. That pull shot did both. I believe, is the only Western Australian cricketer from your side. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
All right. You're packed with the Queenslanders, but he's the only one from the Western Australia. I'm sure he'll be enjoying your company with you people. So, I would love to see people like Brett Lees and Shoaib Akhtar's running in, the faster bowlers, the frightening faster bowlers, the lethal ones, causing those uncertainties in the batters' minds, likes of Dale Steyn, Shane Bones, these quicker ones. Though we have some quality bowlers going up nowadays as well. If you talk about somebody like Jasprit Bumrah, he's a quality player. He can swing the ball both ways, provided the conditions are favorable. He's got a very tough action, so very hard to pick. In between, we had people like Lasith Malinga. He was a different thing. He was very hard to pick for the batters. Shaheen Shah Afridi is not that bad from Pakistan. He's got a very good control and especially very effective with the new ball. When the ball is swinging a little bit, he has caused worries for even the best in the business. We have seen him over the last few years. Same as Mitchell Starc from your Aussies. Don't forget Trent Bolt as well. So we have got some quality bowlers around, but I would love to see somebody like Shoaib Akhtar, Brett Lees, Tomos, genuine quick bowlers making a statement in the batter's mind that we are here for the challenge. Let's see if you can play us. We have some serious pace coming up. So let's see if you're ready for the challenge. to add to that, I'm not taking anything away from the credit of the modern days players, because they have, brought about some new changes in stroke making, in the improvisation. They've been at times looked agricultural, unorthodox, but they've been very effective.
Yes, I mean, it's watching fast bowling and genuine fast bowling. It's a thrill for the crowd, I think. It's a thrill for the spectators. And when you do come across those guys that are genuinely quick, it certainly does make you know that you're alive. There's a friend of mine back in Australia. His name's Adam Daniels. He's a physiotherapist, and he's currently undertaking a PhD study on bone density in fast bowling. And in listening to Adam talk to the program, what he's doing is taking measurements of a lot of young fast bowlers, really with a view to understand load management, what can be done to help strengthen bones, so that young fast bowlers, as they reach those late teen ages, are at least best positioned to avoid stress fractures and the sorts of injuries that really do curtail the really fast guys that are out there. I think sports science is playing a good part in the longevity of fast bowling. We're seeing a lot of fast bowlers, their careers extending now well into their 30s. As we see another good ball there bowled well outside the off stump. If we look at the Australian contingent of fast bowlers now, our battery of fast bowlers are well into their 30s, with Stark, Hazelwood. I'll throw a shout out to Michael Neser, a friend of mine from the Gold Coast, who's just been a workhorse for Queensland and has played a couple of test matches now for Australia. But for those express guys, when we're talking the Brett Lees and the Shoaib Akhtars and those sorts of guys of the world, the Tomos, the forces they put through their body are just extreme. So for anyone that can do that over an extended period, it's a testament to just how physically tough and mentally tough they are to keep pushing through those barriers.
We talk about the fast bowlers, and if we don't mention somebody like Malcolm Marshall, it'll be hard. Arguably the greatest of all times. Seems to be prepared for those sweeps is Poli. Quite often we see him playing those sweep shots. That has been his go-to shot in this innings, at least. Boat has also looked very good. He's quickly on 12. Down the track he comes. Hits that back towards the bowler for no run. Well, Mikey, I love to watch contest between bat and ball. There should be a contest, Yes, it's good for the entertainment with the arrival of the T20 and the shorter formats of the game. For the viewers and the spectators, it'll be always good that the bat is dominating the game and going after the bowling, and the ball we see flying to every corner of the ground, and the runs being scored, as we saw just a few days back in the second game, a couple of days back, I reckon. The Indian cricket team, Indian national side, scoring 399 against the Aussies. Doesn't sound good having an Aussie sitting next to me, but still, people like this thing. But I'm a believer in contest between bat and ball. There should be a genuine contest, because still at the end of the day, we are playing cricket. Yes, there should be some fun in between, but I love to see that ball beating the outside edge of the bat, and the bowlers used to bowl in that nagging length where the batters are unsure whether to go forward or back. I like that sort of stuff, which we are missing in a way.
Yeah, the purist part of me thinks very much along those lines as well. Some of probably the most entertaining, exciting games we've seen have probably been lower scoring matches, where it's not easy to get a flow on with the bat. It's not easy to range hit. It's not easy just to set a base and just trust your swing and trust the bounce. To be able to see the craft and the skill of both the seam and spin bowlers alike really brings all dimensions of the game forward for both the players, the spectators, and everyone involved in the contest. Certainly those huge one-day scores there, they're amazing to watch, the range hitting ability of a lot of those batsmen. But there is another side to the sport, and that is the craft, the guile, the skill and the athleticism of the bowling unit, and having conditions that actually allows those players to express their skills is important for people coming through the game to have an interest in being able to execute those styles of skills in the knowledge that they will actually get some response from the conditions, be that the wicket conditions, the ground conditions, the air conditions. So I think the game does have scope for both conditions that do suit fast bowling, suit seam bowling, suit spin, and then also suit the power hitters where that's appropriate for viewer entertainment and the spectacle of the power that those players have.
Well, it gives me a little bit of glimpses of somebody like James Hopes does poorly, the way he, goes about his strokes, especially when he's playing off the front foot. Seems to be a little leg side-ish player, onside player. Very strong on the onside. I believe he's very strong square of the wicket to both sides. But it just gives me an indication that he's just a little bit a lookalike of James Hopes. Where he is nowadays, I would love to ask you, James Hopes.
Well, James Hopes, he was a very successful cricketer with Northern Suburbs Cricket Club. As that over is completed, Australia 21 overs gone. We're 3 for 121. So James Hopes played some good cricket for Australia, played a lot of cricket for Queensland, and also a very proficient club cricketer with Northern Suburbs in the Brisbane grade competition. Justin Poole, of probably similar era to James Hopes, also a product of the Queensland QCA cricket system. Justin, a member of the Wynnum Manly Districts Cricket Club. If James Hopes does happen to be out there listening to this telecast, there's a shout out for you, Hopesy, from all of the Queensland and Australian over 40s cricketers that are here in Pakistan, and I'm hoping that you're enjoying seeing Justin Poole go about his work. Now, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for having me here in the commentary box. It's been a huge amount of fun. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Stephen Leahy from Ballina Tinton Bar Cricket Club is going to take my place here in the commentary box. But once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's been an absolute delight and a huge amount of fun. Thank you.
So it was Mikey alongside me in the commentary bench, and we see a bowling change made by the UAE captain, and we're going to have a change in the commentary box as well, as Stephen has joined me. Good afternoon, Stevens.
Hello, thank you. Thanks for having me on today.
I've heard that you're a very good fast bowler. It's a good time to jump in the commentary box, isn't it? I see that your side is in relatively good position. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's nice to see us get off to the start that we were planning on. We wanted to go out there and put some runs on the board, so looks like we're starting to execute that at the moment. Hopefully we can pull it through in the back end of this innings here. It's well worked over cover there by the skipper. I think it's a bit of an adjustment with the bowling compared to the last game. Some of these bowlers are bowling quite slow, so we have to put the pace on the ball. So we really need to adjust our batting technique here in regards to that.
Well, it's kind of a different question that I want to ask to you. Being a fast bowler, I would love to know about the adjustments that you people need to make coming to the subcontinent, because we all know that we often just keep on talking about you have relatively faster, not relatively, a bit too faster pitches back in Queensland, back in Australia. And when you people come over here in the subcontinent, you have to face sort of tracks which are a little flatter. Don't expect that much grass on the surface, and the ball comes on the bat a lot slower than the expectation. And if it is there for the taking, Poole is prepared to hit that away. He seems to be a very good player of the spin bowling. As we keep on talking through that adjustments, I would love to know about those adjustments from your voice, Mr. Stephen. how you adjust yourself coming to subcontinent in terms of changing your techniques when you're batting?
Yeah, it's a great question. One of the most interesting things about playing over here is the conditions of the pitch. The limited bounce, you kind of have to look at hitting that top of offline, but you're not going to find it going over the stumps very often. The other thing I changed, because I bowl a lot of different swing variations, I've had to rein that in a bit. A lot more cross seam, off cut. I don't want to give too much away, but slower balls as well. A few different variations going on. In saying that, in the last game I managed to get a wicket with a bouncer. He's had to wait on that one, which basically is like adapting to the conditions. I bowled a couple into the deck in the last game because it holds up, and I noticed they weren't getting the pull shot away. So it was part of the sort of arsenal, and I figured, one of the batsmen came out. I'm like, first ball, you won't expect a bouncer, no fine leg. And I've just let it go. Oh, this is going to be a wicket here. He spooned a catch out to cover. Unfortunately, that's Justin Poole on his way for 26 here. He was just starting to get going there too.
Yeah, actually, this has been the story with Justin Poole in this tournament. Whenever he started to look good, he has just got out. And this has been such unlucky, I would say, sort of journey for the skipper in this tournament in particular. He hasn't just found his way. He's got a few starts. It's probably the third start in this tournament that he has, but just couldn't capitalize on to that. He looked pretty good. Look at that strike rate, 161, unbelievable, and he was hitting the ball very nicely. But all of a sudden, he just tries to work one on the onside, gets a leading edge, and it's been softly caught. In the end, it was a soft dismissal. So you cannot expect these sort of dismissals when a batter is looking so good at the crease. It's just not happening for Poole.
Yeah, it's unfortunate he got dismissed, I think, because he was looking really, really good there. Just upping the run rate. He was looking at pushing towards a good 50 there, maybe even further. But unfortunately, he's back in the pavilion now. This takes us into an interesting period for us as well. It's the middle order has been a little tricky for us. We've lost a lot of wickets, so we'll hope to consolidate here, I believe. And then we will hopefully push towards the last 15 with wickets in hand, try and get a big score there so we can defend well later in the day.
Well, I get the feeling that the job is becoming a little tougher now with somebody like Poole and Steve Paulson back in the hut. It seems to be very different for quite a few players from your side. The lower middle order now, they're at the crease as you're 4 wickets down. So I would love to know about the form of your lower middle order. Did they get enough time to bat in this tournament, your lower middle order batters, which are coming up now?
Well, the opportunities have certainly been there. Just in the match situations, we had some pretty resounding wins in the earlier trial matches before the tournament proper, which was the top order doing most of the heavy lifting. In saying that, we have a few middle order batsmen coming out. I think Featherstone will be next. He's hit a couple of big sixes. So if he gets away, I think he could score over 300 still. But we'll see what happens when he gets out there. The other guys are really steady down in the middle order. I think today will be a good day for them to start pushing for some runs here. I back them all in. They're all great blokes, and they know how to play cricket. They're playing for Australia, and they'll do their best. And I guess we'll see in how many overs, 22 overs. We'll see where we're at from there.
Yeah, you're talking about hitting sixes at the moment. You don't need to go big. Don't need to hit sixes at the moment. The situation is demanding pretty simple and a positive approach towards the game. Just let's see what happens. Keep it as simple, as tight as possible. Play with the very good, solid, basic technique. And the other suggestion which I give to these batters coming from Australia, playing here in the subcontinent, it will be a lot better for them to wait for the ball, just allow the ball to come to them and play it at the last minute. When you play it as late as possible, you have every chance to negate whatever the turn bowlers are achieving, and then you can extract some sort of timing behind your strokes as well. Though we see that the bowlers are not going to give any pace to work with, but still, I think it will be good for the batters to knock around in the gaps and look for singles and twos and just try to construct some sort of solid partnership which Aussies are looking for at the minute.
Yeah, I'd agree with that 100%. The other key to our game has been the running between wickets. We've been running between the wickets quite well. So in these hot conditions, you've got to make the fieldsmen work, which we've done really well. Body's hit this high. This is out to deep mid-wicket. Drops in between all the fieldsmen. There's a lucky escape there from the top edge. But that's the one thing that's impressed me the most about our batting performances. The running between wickets has been top shelf. I said it the last time I was in the commentary box, and, you know, it's just been fantastic to watch.
Yeah, as we saw, that ball fell in no man's land. Another lucky escape for the Aussie batter. You have to be very careful now. Luke Jackson is the new batter at number 6. He's ready to face his first delivery. He's been bowling very slow, if you would have assessed. And the bowlers which have been able to bowl slow and keep their patience up, they've been very successful on these surfaces. Said that these conditions are always helpful for the spinners. Being a spinner too, you have to be skillful enough to know what the batter is trying to achieve, to read the mind of the batter, and to just watch out about the strengths and the weaknesses of the opponent player, of the batter, and to work them intelligently makes a huge difference. This is what we have seen, and so far we have seen quite a few UAE bowlers have been able to cause some worries for the Aussie batters, especially the spinners, as compared to the medium pacers, the early medium pacers, the first bowlers who took the attack, were not as effective as the spinners are. Yes, it's imperative that the conditions are favorable, but you got to make use of those conditions. That matters most, in my opinion.
Yeah, you certainly do. You have to adapt. And just before I answer that, I'd just like to say those last 2 balls really highlight our running between wickets. Fantastic once again from the boys out there. Nicely worked out to long off there. I think cricket's a game where you have to adapt to conditions, and that's why it's beautiful travelling around the world, playing in different areas, different pitches, different conditions. I don't really want to play in a world where you play on the same kind of conditions everywhere you go. That would be a very boring, it's not tennis where it's the same. Oh, well, I guess they use different surfaces in tennis even, so sorry, tennis fans out there. But, it's not a standard playing field wherever you go, and that nuance is what makes this game beautiful.
Yeah, at the moment, the Aussies are 144 for 4 in 23 overs. Well, Stephen, it's been a kind of unexpected start to your journey, I would say. I still say a start. We're almost through the first round in this tournament when we have got just a couple of games to go, including this one. What was that? That was almost a bomb floated way up in the air. I wonder if that is allowed or not. Looping the ball that much in the air, almost 10 feet above the ground. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's a bit of a novel concept. We'll have a look here, see if he works into it a bit more.
Yeah, but that was interesting by Nehru, the bowler. And again, look at that. What he's trying to achieve. Is he going to sort of distract the eye line of the batter, the sighter? He just wants him not to have a clear sighter of the ball. He wants to hide that ball in the air from the batter and then want it to drop it down when it reaches the bat. Have a look at that. It's kind of a challenge facing this type of bowling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not something you see every day. You probably need to get one of those tea guys down here to run out a cup of tea in between balls. It's taken a while to get down to them. You're going to have to really readjust. We have a term in our local area in our club. We call them Wardell water bombs. So, you know, they're very effective, I think, because you got to put the pace on as the batsman. So, there's the quicker one, but you have to make all the pace, and it changes your technique. There's no assistance whatsoever from the bowler. Good running once again.
It doesn't seem to be that quick, but it was certainly lower from trajectory as compared to the earlier couple of deliveries that he bowled. So he's mixing it up quite nicely. He belongs to India, literally, Indian origin. Is Nehru, representing UAE, very experienced campaigner. Well, yesterday we had some great bit of fun and good experience in the invitational golf tournament. I would love to know about your thoughts on yesterday's activity. It was a rest day, but I presume it was the best day.
Yeah, it was a great day out at the Karachi Golf Course, which I believe is about 150 years old. Has a lot of history there. We all had caddies, which I thoroughly probably disappointed my caddy. Definitely hit the ball a few too many times, but, you know, in a foreign land with new clubs, that's going to happen, I guess. I did manage to jag nearest the pin, however, so I hit one good shot. Must be a par 3 specialist. My driver was not working whatsoever. And we had a nice dinner back at the club. Abdul Razak dropped in, and so we had a quick chat. He promised he wasn't going to hit me out of the stadium if we play again, because he said he saw me bowling a bouncer, and he said he'll block it for me. But we'll see if we get there and we play him again. I'm going to be on watch for those guys, and I look forward to hopefully playing against them again. And also, I'd just like to thank everybody that organised the day and participated. It was such a great experience for all the guys, something we definitely didn't expect to experience, you know, on our trip to Pakistan. So it was very, very nice afternoon out on the golf course.
Yeah, and we saw the Aussies, though they were good in numbers yesterday, but they seems to have dominating the golf. So I can expect from the Aussies' perspective that they would have been enjoying more in the golf rather than cricket. So it was something for the Aussies to cheer.
Yeah, you know, you need a bit of a morale boost sometimes, but there is a saying, all's well that ends well. So, I mean, if we win the next 2 games and then win 2 more games after that, you never know what's going to happen. So we just got to keep trying to win now. We're staying positive. We're enjoying the experience. And hey, if all else fails, we're over here in Pakistan experiencing a lovely experience that most of us have never seen before. So it's been very great, and that alone has been worth the trip. And cricket's been the bonus, and hopefully we bring back the results in the next couple of games.
Yeah, definitely people want you to bring back the results and improve your ratings because they love Aussies to be doing well here in Pakistan. I've got quite a few fans here in Pakistan talking to me. They say that we want Aussies to perform well because everyone knows about Aussies, what they've achieved over the last 4 or 5 decades in cricket. I'm talking about just 4 or 5 decades. When we talk about cricket, when it started way back in 1877, the test match cricket I'm talking about. And 1 year later, I suppose the first Ashes was happening, and it was won by Australia. Yep. If I'm right.
I believe that's right.
Yeah. So I should say that the Aussies have been a sort of a pillar in cricket. They have kind of, you know, recognition. They have kind of, I would say, reputation across the globe, which they would never just want to get down. And in this tournament in particular, and at the moment I would love to talk about the Aussies' progress in the bilateral series against India, which is going on, it's almost about the same way as well, because you lost a couple of games to India. We can understand in their conditions they're pretty tough opponents to beat, but still we do believe and we are hoping that the Aussies do have the ability and the potential to get back and just show some class and just tell the world that they're here for some business, even if they are in Pakistan for the over 40s veteran, or even if they are in India for the bilateral series, or for the upcoming World Cup in India, of course.
Yeah, I guess you just got to keep plugging away there and trying your best. I think it's probably been hard for them without Travis Head as well, who was injured, and he's scoring a lot of runs for the guys. But I guess there's a lot to unpack from what you just said. But I think to start off with, the relationship between Pakistan and Australia has been great, and I think tournaments like this foster that kind of camaraderie between countries, because at the end of the day, that makes the world a better place when we're all, getting along, playing the sport that we love. Australia will always be involved in cricket, as sure as the sun comes up in the morning. It's part of our national psyche. We play cricket, and we always will. And we'll continue to travel to all the parts of the world that support cricket, And what was the second part of the question?
Actually, you have answered the question. And that concludes the over. It's end of another very good over. Spinner seems to be working very good and working in tandem for the UAE. And this is what they want. As we see the dressing room of the Aussies. Justin Poole, their captain, to the right of your screen. Simon, I believe, in the middle. And Mikey, of course. Mikey's not playing, I reckon, today.
No, he's just resting up today, so I'm going to be out there bowling while he has a bit of a spell. And that's Nathan King in the middle, our coach there, in charge of looking after the boys, doing the very tough job of selecting the teams every day. But he's done a very great job here. He's even running a few drinks out today, resting up a few of the boys. There's not much breeze at the moment down here, so we're pretty close to the ocean. But we kind of would like that breeze to kick in a bit later for when we field. It's been fairly still today compared to the last few days.
Well, we've been assessing that it's been pretty tough for somebody like Australians and the Canadians in this tournament, and the guys from the USA to adjust to the conditions and keep themselves fit. Our viewers would love to hear from you that what is the secret sauce in your fitness, because I found the Aussies arguably the fittest side in this tournament.
Well, we got here early and we had a couple of practice games which really helped us adjust, and I feel in the last 3 or 4 matches we've sort of acclimatized to the conditions, which is the main difference here is there's no respite from the temperatures. So basically in Australia in the morning it would usually be cool. It will heat up in the middle of the day, and yes, it can get very hot, but then you find as the sun starts going down, the breeze comes up, it's usually cooler in the latter part of the afternoon. Here it just seems to continue all day. There's nearly no respite. The humidity does sometimes drop a little bit in the afternoon, but temperature-wise, it is just continuous. So there's no rest, and you need to just keep hydrated. It's up to our 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th man to run those waters around the boundary out to the batsman. It's just like a group effort, basically. And yeah, we've also been fortunate that a lot of the players are into running, fitness, and just a lot of us are having early nights, rest days, just, really looking after ourselves as much as we can. But, yeah, just the heat's been a challenge, we'll say that much.
Yeah, to add to that, I'll ask you another question at the same time, that being a fast bowler, what would you suggest to the players who are over 40 and the viewers who are watching us from across the globe? being a fast bowler yourself, you've been experienced a lot in the middle and playing in these conditions. What should be the adjustments that a bowler should make in this age in particular, at this age in particular? And the other thing is to survive for 9 overs being a fast bowler. What are the challenges that you're going to face, and how should you come up with those challenges?
Well, probably being a batsman would help. No, I'm only joking. No, it's a good question. Basically, you got to pick your time. You know, like fast bowling is all about bowling just above within yourself. You don't want to be trying to bowl as fast as humanly possible every delivery. So it's about having that rhythm, picking your moments as well. If you see a weakness or an area where, maybe you do need to send a few down, then probably charge in slightly a bit more in those situations. But it's also being smart, trying not to bowl too many sundries so you don't have to bowl more balls, and just hitting your areas, having a rest when you can, and also staying very hydrated. And I think a few of the other bowlers, another tactic they've used, which I haven't gone to yet because I don't quite often do it, is going off the short run in the second and third spells, especially when the ball gets very soft later on, and taking that pace off a little bit and hitting a good area. But it's all kind of assessing the conditions and the game situation. And basically, you can kind of assess if you're charging in and they're thumping them all around the ground, then you're probably better off reeling it in, going off a shorter run and hitting a good area.
Yeah, this time thumped down the ground pretty nicely. Look at that. He has some force behind that stroke. It went to the fence in no time. Almost a repeat of the previous shot, but this time they have protection in Sarfraz Khan at the long on boundary. Well, I'm so sorry because I have only fast bowler sitting to me, to my left, as earlier I was joined by Mikey, who was a fast bowler too. So I have to just ask this question again because I didn't get the answer about the batters. How your batters adjust themselves when they come to subcontinent, provided that they have to come from the, I would say, the rib cage sort of height to their knee rolls. This is how they have to come down. What do you make of it? How they adjust to the conditions, the batters? It's a different question, but I'm sorry, you have to answer it.
No, it's funny or not, I can bat a bit. But yeah, the front foot is key, I feel. Just from the first day I got in the nets here is quite often you get in trouble when you instinctively in Australia would play on the back foot, especially in the pull shot region. I noticed a lot of people getting really in a spot of bother if they go instinctively back for a back foot pull shot and it's on the stumps. Quite often it does not bounce over the stump height, even if it's halfway down the pitch, depending on how old and what the pitch is like. So I definitely noticed that you have to kind of trigger to go forward more than you would, which is quite nice when it's in the zone for a drive because it seems to bounce at a very nice height to hit the middle of the bat. But it's just that short of a length where, in Australia we'd get a good pull shot away. Here it just stays stump height. Quite often you see a bowled or LB, and it's just muscle memory, I guess. You have to spend time in the conditions, adjust, change your mindset. And I don't think it's a very hard thing to change, especially we're over 40s, and you've been playing off the back foot instinctively for, some people probably for 40 years. And to change those habits doesn't happen overnight.
And I get the feeling that most of your boys would have not been playing ever before in the subcontinent.
Yeah, I think besides maybe Tim Bott, who's out there batting now, I believe he's played a tour in Sri Lanka before, but most of us have not from memory. I think Harry played in Singapore, which is probably different conditions once again.
Singapore's not so good.
Yeah. So yeah, that's probably. I'm just trying to think of other areas. I don't think any of us have even played in Dubai or anything like that. So I'd say probably only Timothy. And definitely this is the first time for all of us to play in Pakistan.
Yeah, I would love to know that how the batters handle that ball, which is short of length. Especially, we've seen quite a few today. Anyways, the horizontal bat strokes. But normally you won't say a lot of horizontal bat strokes here in the subcontinent, as we can see that the ball doesn't bounce to the expectation. So when the ball is not bouncing to the expectations of the batters, it's kind of a tester, you know. You have to be ready, skillful at the same time, and mentally you got to be street smart as well to adjust to those things, which normally is itself a challenge in my opinion. So I think it's all on a positive note, because even if you're over 40, it's not about your age. Still, it's kind of a learning curve. It's kind of a new experience for most of the people over here which are participating in this over 40s Cricket Global Cup. So I think they got to take everything positively, and I'm sure that you must be taking quite a few positives with you, and you will be carrying some great memories when you go back to Australia.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sorry if I came across as sounding like we're negative, because we are like really. I haven't heard anyone complain about the conditions. We just got on with business here. We're just embracing the experience. It's just, you know, this is a once in a lifetime experience for us. We won't probably get the chance to do this again, and everyone's just embracing it, you know, trying to work hard. And you know, that's an interesting comment too about saying over 40s. I think whatever age you are, when you stop learning, you know, it's almost time to stop doing something, because, you know, living is basically learning. So, you know, you don't want to shut yourself off from, you know, improving whatever it is that you do. He's just rocked back there and smacked it straight down the ground. It's a kind of a pull shot, but straight past the bowler for 4 more runs. No worries. So one more over to drinks here. We're approaching the 200 mark, so we're tracking along very nicely here. Setting us up here with wickets in hand for a good final 15 overs at the moment.
Well, I presume that when you have UAE and Nepal tomorrow to play, so including this one, these are the couple of games where you would like to improve your net run rate and try to just up your rating a bit as well. So it's a good sort of opportunity, and we are sure that we are going to see the Aussies of their own, because you haven't came to your own up till now at this point in time what we have seen in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we've got no other choice here, do we? We've got to go hard. We've got to put a big total on here and hopefully defend. But in saying that, the UAE team is quite a skilled team. For the people that may not have followed their games, they have quite a few talented batsmen that score really freely. I believe there's at least 2 players out there that have actually played for the UAE national team in previous World Cups. So they're nothing to be underestimated here. They're definitely a talented squad, and they've shown up. They were looking very, very switched on this morning as we're leaving the hotel, so there's no way you would underestimate this crew.
Yeah, I believe somebody like Vijay Mehra is a big name in UAE cricket. He's been representing their national side previously. And the bowler in operation in Sana Baloch at the moment, the left-arm orthodox, he hasn't represented UAE at the national level, but still he has played some quality cricket, and he's a very talented cricketer. And he's been very good with his lines and lengths, as we see the Aussies pinching another quick single. running in between the wickets has been the feature of the Aussies innings so far, and this is what we can associate with them because they work very hard on their fitness, and we can see that in the middle as compared to some of the other teams. With 15 overs to play after this one, and provided the 6 wickets you have in the bank, and you're almost approaching 200, what should be the target in your mind? You must be talking in the dressing room, in the team meetings about this thing.
We haven't discussed the figure, but I think psychologically to see a 3 in front of that would be a very good start. That might be being a bit hopeful, but you never know your luck. If we get a few away, they were going to bring back on their opening bowler a bit later who was bowling really well earlier. So, you know, that may be being a bit greedy, but, you know, we have to try.
Yeah, Pakistan, I believe, have crossed that 300 barrier on a couple of occasions in this tournament, I believe, against Canada and Nepal. As we see, the drinks trolley is being brought inside the ground. So we'll have a drinks break, and we'll come back after the drinks break, as we can see that the Aussies at the moment are, after 30 overs, 187 for 4.
Welcome back there, guys. This is our final drinks break. I guess before we get into this final session, I'd just like to give out my mandatory shout-outs to everyone back in Australia watching. Firstly, hello to everyone in my hometown of Urunga. My dad down there. I hope you're all having fun down there and hope the weather's really nice. Hello to my family in Ballina, Aki, Silas and Mum. They're watching away. And also, as always, I'd like to give a shout out for my home club, the Tinbar East Ballina Cricket Club. Thanks for everything you've done for me, and hopefully get some wickets for you this afternoon up the bar. Welcome back, guys. We're just back here after a drinks break. I guess I'll start this session with a few shout-outs to everyone back home. So I'd like to say g'day to everyone down in my hometown of Urunga. So hi, Dad, and everyone from the Urunga Cricket Club down there where I learnt to play the game. Also like to say hello to everyone in Ballina, my family, watching back at home. So Aki, Silas, and Mum there. And finally, of course, I'd like to thank Tinbar East Ballina Cricket Club, my home club. They've done so much for me. Great club. Thanks for everything, guys. Hopefully they get a few wickets this afternoon for you up the bar.
Yeah, they'll be definitely hoping that you go well, Stephen, when you come to bowling in the second half of this match, in the second innings. So the drinks break is over, and we always see something happening after the drinks break because the plans are changed, the strategies are being made in that 5 minutes break that we have. But at the moment, it's been rather simple, isn't it?
Yeah, they've been playing smart cricket there since Pooley's got out there. They've just kind of consolidated, kept the scoreboard ticking over, not too many big risks. I'm sure they continue in that same vein for a while here. Keep the wickets in hand to maybe the last 8 to 10, and then hopefully go hard from there. And you know, if everything goes our way, we may see that magical 3 on the scoreboard. I don't know. Only time will tell.
Well, I'll add to that, to have that magical 300 barrier on the scoreboard, to cross that barrier, I would say. You got to have people like Shahid Afridi, Abdul Razak, Mahendra Singh Dhoni's, Yuvraj Singh's, and if you go back, somebody like Maxwell, Tuliosi's, yeah, that will be handy. But I wonder if a wicket is fallen here of a short pitch delivery. We were talking about the short pitch bowling, and it does it again, the short pitch.
Yeah, it kind of breaks my heart as a fast bowler to see spinners get wickets like that. But, you know, that is the game. You know, you have to mix it up, lull them into a false sense of security. And there's Tim Bott's gone back the first over after drinks. So this is possibly going to put the brakes on the scoreboard. So, you know, I've put the magical 3 number out there. Maybe I'll just tuck it away in the top pocket here. But as I said before, you never know your luck. Anything could happen. Hopefully the boys keep tracking along here well. And we'll dial it back down to 250 at the moment. And then anything from there will be a nice added bonus.
Well, an interesting point you made, that it breaks my heart when I see spinners getting wickets. Well, I'll add to that the spinners are there for some business as well. This is also an art. If it was only about the fast bowlings, we didn't used to have people like Shane Warne, people like Muthai Muralitharan, people like Sakla and Mushtaq, people like Brad Hogg from your side, like Daniel Vittori. So it wasn't need of those people if it was all about the fast bowling.
So I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I love spin bowling. I'm jealous that I can't do it. You know, I expend, you know, less overs just running in and getting smacked to the boundary all the time. But it's just when they bowl, you know, the loose delivery that gets hit to the deep, you know, it's you know, if I do that, it usually goes and it's, you know, they're picking it out of the car park. But yeah, it's the nuance of the game, you know, like it's a beautiful art, especially over here, you know, like I think spin bowling is the best form of bowling in these conditions. You know, we're just there to, you know, start the innings off, maybe get a couple of early wickets, but the real work is done by the spinners over in these conditions. And yeah, so I'm sorry if anyone misunderstood what I was saying at home. There's definitely nothing against the spinners because you are very crafty at what you do, and I really appreciate it.
Sarfaraz Khan has been given the ball for the first time in this innings. Well, you were talking about you being hit into the car park and spinners at times bowling long hops or sort of loose deliveries and getting wickets. The added advantage I'll give to the spinners is that they don't give any pace to the batters to work with. So all the power the batters will have to generate by themselves to hit the ball all the way. So that's the added plus they have in their bowling. Whereas your pace has been used to the batter's advantage at times. Yeah. So you have to agree with this thing.
Oh, 100%, and I wasn't complaining at all because, yeah, that's just what I do, unfortunately, and, you know, some days it's awesome. Like last game I got 4 wickets, you know, and the pace was the key, but, you know, you're going to go for runs as well, so, I mean, I'm old enough now to understand, and it's no way a complaint. I wouldn't change what I do for anything. I have passion for it, and, you know, I'm happy that's what I do, and it was more of a, yeah, it's our Aussie humour, I guess, coming out. We always joke when the spinner, hopefully, maybe today, maybe I get a wicket like that, and then hopefully you'll be laughing when I do.
I'll be in business in the commentating bench here if you get wickets, that is for sure. Because as a commentator, we always enjoy. It's always pretty easy to say from here in the comm box, but to deliver in the middle is something else. So we do give respect to all of these players, what they achieve and what they're trying to achieve. And nobody in the world, Stephen, at the end of the day, wants to do good for his, wants to do bad for his side, because no one wants to have sort of, I would say, negative figures against his name. Yeah. But it's up to your luck at times. So when your luck favors you, then you're always there for the challenge. But in my opinion, as a professional player and as a true gentleman, I would say, you should just never look back. You should just keep continuing, and you just never lose hope and just wait for the good. You got to give your 100% and then see what happens. It's up to your luck at times. So you have to be very powerful with your temperament. And very accurate with your mindset as well. You got to know exactly what you're trying to achieve. At times, things just don't go as they're planned. They just don't go to your plan, but then you have to be prepared enough for the challenge next. As we see, 32 overs being bowled, and it's 194 for 5.
Yeah, I'd agree with that 100%. I think the mind's the most powerful weapon in cricket. You know, we all have our technique, the things that we do. When you're up, you're up. When you're down, you're down. But it's very hard to bounce back from some bad performances, I find. Even in my case of this tour, you know, when I played Pakistan the other day, I didn't have a particularly good day with the ball. It was probably, you know, the worst I've bowled. It was the 3rd match I've bowled in since I had a broken ankle, but I'm not making any excuse about that because it was just poor execution on my behalf. And then I had to go home, rest, wait for my next opportunity. And it's very, very hard thinking for a few days that, hey, everybody was watching that, didn't get any wickets, was quite expensive. But then to bounce back, you know, it's the roller coaster, it's happy. And it's just got to, I don't know what the answer is. If we knew it, I guess we'd all be better players. But it's just trying to stay with the boys. Everyone's positive. Do what you do. Don't second guess yourself. And just believe in yourself. And I guess that's great information for the younger players out there listening. It's, you know, when I was coaching the under-16s, that's what I was trying to convey to them. You know, once you get to that age, it's not about technique as much. It's more about your mindset, being positive, and believing in yourself, because self-belief is a very powerful weapon.
Yeah, you're right. And I've heard from the coaches and cricket experts when they're coaching the players at different level. It's always better to let a player feel comfortable with the stance and the technique. If a batter feels comfortable with one specific stance or a technique, then you don't have to do anything out of the box. Just let him feel comfortable, and if he can do the job, then it's all good. So you don't have to raise questions on the techniques mostly, as we have seen that quite a few players been very successful across the globe when it comes to having different sort of stances. There have been quite a few questions on the stances of people like Stephen Smith, I believe. Yep. One would say that he doesn't have an orthodox stance, but he's been one of the most successful cricketers going around. And in the past, if we see somebody like Shivnarayan Chanderpaul, he used to have very different sort of stance. As we see, that ball has been dispatched off the back foot into the mid-wicket region for 4. So that was there, the invitation was there, and he's accepted it brilliantly, did the batter on that occasion. And I like about the follow-through by the batter when executing that pole shot. It's very important that you present the full swing of the bat when you're attempting that pole shot. And who better than great Ricky Ponting when it comes to executing the pole shot?
Yeah, he's an Aussie icon. I have very good memories of going to my first one-day international at the SCG in 1994. A young Ricky Ponting was very early in his career there, and it was just awesome to see his energy in the field as well, which you can quite often forget. He was very useful. He could bowl some medium pace as well, but yeah, obviously his batting is, he's one of the best that Australia's seen. And I think a lot of that does come back to his mindset as well. He was mentally a very strong character.
The Aussies have been always very good pullers and hookers of the cricket ball. There's no question about that. And at the moment, what we are witnessing here, it's very important for an Aussie perspective that these two got to continue for the next 4 or 5 overs at least, just to lay the sort of foundation from where they can push the accelerator and change gears just towards the end of the innings. Tim McDonald and Luke Jackson, I get the feeling they are both capable of seeing their team through this period in particular, as they've lost wickets just at the wrong time, in my opinion, though the scorecard is looking very good. There's an appeal. It was on the pads, and umpire agrees with the bowler. Was that hitting the leg stump? It was worth a shout. And Luke is gonna, as we see that again. How would you describe that?
Well, I could see all 3 stumps on the replay, so I mean, I don't have the benefit of a replay, but I would suggest that was probably sliding down leg side.
Don't have to be a little biased being Aussies. I mean, it was full toss, it hit on the full. I get the feeling maybe clipping some part of leg stump.
Yeah, I guess that's the benefit of not having an Aussie shirt on up in the commentary box. But yeah, I mean, it's a tough job umpiring anyway, and to be out there in this heat, I can't fault any of the decisions. It's very easy up here. I'm just looking at a replay in slow motion. So yeah, I'll agree with that assertion. It's close enough. Full toss. I guess you got to hit those at this time of the match. So I guess that's all we need to say on that matter. Here comes Michael Featherstone. We'll see how he goes when he gets out there to bat.
Yeah, it's a very tough job with this umpiring and always not easy to judge in the seen in this tournament has been good.
Yeah, I've had no complaints. You know, and it is a really tough job, and we need to encourage more people to do it. And I guess I'd like to shout out to Chen Tay back at home there. He's an umpire from our club, and I'm sure he's sitting at home watching with great curiosity of what's happening here. And yeah, I can't fault any of the umpiring that I've seen so far.
Because these sort of comments from the comm box encourage a lot to these officials in the middle, the umpires.
Well, it's pretty simple. Without umpires, we don't have the game. So, you know, it's, you know, everyone's going to make a mistake here or there, but as long as everyone is, you know, learning, becoming better, trying their best, you know, it's a very tough job, and we thank the umpires, especially in this tournament. We've had, I believe, 4 international umpires and a lot of very good Pakistani local umpires, and they've all been doing a fantastic job, so thank you very much.
Yeah, we have umpires in Dennis from Australia. Your countryman, he's doing a fantastic job in this tournament. And one of the umpires in Adam, who is the on-field umpire in today's game, is from South Africa. We have umpires from Nepal as well. So it's been a good mix-up from the umpiring perspective. Don't need to have commentators from either from any other countries when we have players joining us in the commentary box from different countries. Especially, it's been a good day. I always talk to my colleagues back when we go to our room in the hotel. I talk to them that today we're going to have an Aussie match, and they say that it's going to be a good match. Not only because of cricket, but because we are going to have some great stints in the commentary box. Always enjoy commentating with the Aussie fellows. Thanks for your times every time.
No, thanks for having us up here. It's great, and I'm sure I've got a lot of feedback as well. So it's 204 for 6 after 34. And I've got a lot of comments from back at home. They've all enjoyed our perspective on what we're experiencing over here. As you can see, there's a sky shot now overlooking this beautiful mosque, which is, do you know what it's called? Oh, sorry, my mistake. It's a tomb, so Abdullah Shah
Ghazi.
So yeah, it's a tomb, my mistake. It's a very beautiful looking building. As you can see, the ocean is in the back, I believe, is Clifton Beach. We're down here in the Clifton cantonment. Yeah. Oh yeah, Seaview Clifton, if you want to get the Google Maps out at home and have a look where we are. We were down at the shop fronts down there yesterday. Yeah, very interesting area of Karachi down here on the southern peninsula.
Yeah, it's a big city, it's Karachi, biggest city in Pakistan when it comes to the territory and the population in particular. I don't know exactly about the figures, but I believe that the population of Karachi has extended to about 16 million.
Yeah, it's hard to narrow down. I think even I've seen as high as 22 million in some of my Googling, so I don't know which source is the authority on this, but yeah, it's a lot of people. It's a mega city.
Yeah, definitely one of the biggest cities in the world. That's played late. That reminds me of the greats from Pakistan, like Muhammad Yusuf and Inzamam, and even Said Anwar, playing the ball pre-late at the last minute. That's called late cut. And it's pretty productive here in the subcontinent, especially when the ball is not coming to the bat. So you have to be pretty mature in executing the strokes against the spinners if you are to get success in these conditions. We just don't have to praise the batters. Every time we tend to say that they're looking good and they're executing good strokes, we have a commentator's curse going on.
Yeah, maybe it's best not to comment on the batting at the moment, but yeah, that's an unfortunate dismissal there. We're looking pretty good there, but you know, unfortunately the wickets are starting to fall here. It's going to really put the brakes on the scoring, which, you know, that magical 3 number I mentioned, I think that's probably off the table at this stage. No, so now we need to just put together a couple of partnerships here and get a defendable total in this must-win game.
Well, McDonald is the latest exit for just 11 runs of 12 deliveries faced. Now it's going to be very important for the Aussies to play the rest of the overs, because you got to make sure that you play the quota of 45 allotted overs. And you've got now only 3 wickets in the bank, as we see Fahy has made his way to the center. He's a very good left-arm orthodox spinner. We'll see his heroics with the ball later on. But at the moment, he has got a job to do with the bat.
This is actually Mark Laird out there at the moment. He's our medium pace. I'm not sure where he'll bowl today. Might open. We'll see what happens. Very experienced campaigner. We're actually rooming together as well, so we got to know each other really well on the tour. He's the quiet one. I'm the more loud, annoying one, as you can probably tell.
Yeah, you're right in that perspective. Well, Mark Laird, I wonder if I've seen him before in this ground in particular. You could correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if he's played in the last game that you played in this very ground.
No, me and Lairdy were running the drinks in that game, so he was using his skills to beat me in the races on and off with the drinks, and I think he came out on top. He's a very experienced campaigner in whatever he does. Very talented in baseball as well as cricket and rugby league as well, I believe.
35 done, success in that over. It's 210 for 7. Well, Sarfraz Khan will continue his proceedings from the pavilion end. As we see that in between, it's been good successes for the UAE bowlers, though the Aussies have put up some good runs on the board, I would say, from now on, as the scorecard is looking like. But the 7 wickets that they've got, they should be happy with it. And they're bowling well, which is a very plus point to their bowling innings at the moment for the UAE bowlers. Sarfraz with the glasses on. He's bowling his medium pacers. I thought he was brought pretty late into the attack by the captain Rafi. But it was understandable as well, because in the middle patch, the spinners were operating brilliantly. They were having Aussies on the back foot. Aussies have maintained a very good run rate, I believe, but still, I would say that it's been the success of UAE bowlers that they've picked up quite a few wickets. That was hit hard. It was cue end of the bat, I reckon.
Yeah, didn't get all of it. It's going to be a very interesting last 10 overs here because the UAE have pegged us back really well. So hopefully Lairdy and Fellows can here put on a bit of a partnership and get us going.
Yeah. It's going to be very important for the Aussies' perspective for both of these two to carry on as deep as they can because they have nothing much left. I believe you're into the tail. Would you rate them as tail enders, both of them?
Not at all. I've had the pleasure of seeing them bat, and that shot just itself proves that, you know, we bat down to 11. Most of us are all-rounders. We can hold the bat. Obviously, the psychology changes when you're batting down the order, though. You know, you don't have the luxury of wickets behind you, so it does affect your decision-making, especially when you're in a big run chase and there's a hard target. So I've grappled with that over my career. Is the further down the order you are, it's much harder to score runs quite often.
Well, over the past quite a few years, when we see that cricket changing its complexions, the tail-enders even should be able to hold the bat. It's pretty necessary because at some point in time, you're going to get opportunities to go for a survivor. So your team needs you and you have to do the job. 36 overs bowled, it's 215 for 7. And we've seen tail-enders batting brilliantly as well in quite a few games. Even in this tournament with the start, we saw when Pakistan were struggling in the last wicket partnership of 64 between Tasawwur and Imran, saw them home in the end against USA in the very first match. So the tail-enders are a very important perspective of the batting lineup.
Yes, and I believe UAE also, yes, in their last game 2 days ago, they managed to put on about 80 runs for the 9th wicket to guide the team home against Hong Kong.
That was very closely played off the stumps. Could have been a close case had he missed that, so it was a risky option, I would say. But at the end of the day, he's off the mark. He's Mikey. Actually, he was already off the mark. That was his 3rd run. Look at that again. Almost a repeat of the previous stroke. Well, he's getting runs, but in my opinion, he's living dangerously. What do you think?
Yeah, he's getting a bit heavy on the back foot there, so he doesn't want one quicker and straighter on the stumps that stays low. In saying that, that running between wickets once again was very, very good. Top shelf running between wickets once again from the boys.
Yeah, it's up to your fitness, and the Aussies have definitely shown some very good fitness skills, very good level of fitness they've maintained. Nicely played away through the offside. The fielder is given a chase, and the ball wins in the end. You don't mostly expect these boys to stop the ball inside the boundary when it's running away from them, especially when they're over 40. So it's better for them to stop when the ball is close to them. Giving chase is not the option. What do you think? Put in a dive was the best option.
If I get the chance out there, I'm getting horizontal. I'm going to dive if the team needs it. Depends on the situation, of course. That, I think, was just out of his reach there. The outfields here is so quick. Once it goes through the field, usually you just give up. It's just another beautiful aspect to playing over here in Pakistan. Quite batsman friendly. You see a lot of high scoring matches, which I think everyone likes to see.
Yeah, it's just good for the entertainment, you know. You got to get value for the shots as a batter. Always gives you confidence. And when you're batting well and getting value for your shots, it always gives you a plus point and encourages you to do more as a batter. And this is what we have seen in these matches so far. And I'll give all the credit to the ground staff over here who've done a phenomenal job to maintain such a great, faster outfield. I was talking to the head curator over here in this ground, Nasser. He was saying that his team are pretty hardworking, very passionate about their job, and they give their 100%, which is very important. Actually, it's a kind of a field which is overlooked at times, the ground staff, but they do play a very huge role in the success of a tournament. As we see, it's 37 overs done, 7 for 7.
Yeah, another very important part of the game. It's funny you mentioned them here, though, because last time we played, I was the 13th man, and I was over there running water, and they've called me into the shed, and they were offering me biryani over there in their sheds. Not only their hard work, but their kindness of the staff here, and had a good chat with all the ground staff at every venue we've been to, and they're an integral part to this ground here. But, you know, they've done fantastic work, diligent. They're always on the spot there. And without them, just like the umpires, just like all the support staff, this would not happen.
Quite right, Stevens. As we see now, Sarfraz will be continuing from the pavilion end. He's looked good, I would say, Sarfraz, with the ball in his hands. Hasn't tried to experiment a lot, hasn't tried to do anything extraordinary beyond his ability, beyond his reach, I would say. So it's very important for a bowler to know your limits. As we are nearing the death overs, and I've got a fast bowler sitting to my left, I'd love to ask you another question. What should be the, we all know that nowadays the bowlers do have too much varieties and they have a lot to offer. On the other hand, as we see that the batters have brought in quite a few new strokes to their armory and they've been very productive. On the other hand, the bowling has become very skillful as well. And nowadays, we can see the bowlers adjusting to these sort of situations. What should be your opinion or suggestion to the people watching us at home, especially bowling in the death? How should you prepare yourself for this challenge?
Yeah, well, it's a good point. So we're playing one-day cricket. There's a finite amount of time, and it's not only about taking wickets. More so as the game progresses, we're looking at, without giving too much information away, we're looking at not going for boundaries, which I think UAE is doing quite well here. You got to find other ways to score when you can't hit the boundary. But every over where we just go for singles, we find that as a victory, especially later on in the third part of the innings. And that's obviously more of an impetuous when you are bowling first. And then you just, when you're bowling second, you adjust to the required run rate, basically. But I think using those men in the deep, bowling probably fuller generally on these conditions, so they can't get under you and hit you for as many sixes. And just, you know, picking a side of the wicket maybe that you want to target also tends to work well.
And especially when you're bowling in the death, you got to be able to bowl that knuckle ball. Have you worked on your knuckle ball? Can you do that?
Well, that's funny that you asked that question. Leading up to the tournament, as I mentioned before, I've had a broken ankle, so I didn't have a lot of net time before I came here. But one of the first things I did was try and throw a knuckleball into my arsenal. So I have been toying with one. I haven't unveiled it in the game yet, so I'm not sure if today will be the day. But if I do bring it out, please wish me luck, because I'm pretty sure it could go in a number of different places. But yeah, it's a fascinating delivery, and I have researched a few different techniques. I've worked out my own technique because I find disguising the release is a very integral part to a slower ball, which for a knuckleball, if you were just a bowler, you'd put it in your two bowling fingers, which to any batsman that is any good will see that while you're running in.
This time the opportunity was there and it's been accepted by the batter. Nicely played to the fine leg. Sarfaraz doesn't seem to be happy with that. But he can't blame his fielder on that occasion. That was clearly out of his reach. On the pads with that angle, asking for trouble really. Wrapped on the pads. The line was clearly down the leg side. It was very full. Good finish to the over. 38 done. It's 237 for 7.
Yeah, I feel if he puts a few more on Feather's pads there, it might go the distance. He kind of likes it in that hitting arc. I've noticed he's hit a few big ones over the square leg boundary, even on this tour here. So he's got big levers. He's a tall man. If he gets his eye in there on those pads, I think it's going to be very dangerous.
Well, always when a commentator or a cricket expert, anybody in the world talks about big levers, I just can't forget the big levers of somebody like Martin Guptill. He's been hitting sixes. And I was seeing the list of number of sixes hit at the international level by the players. I believe it was Chris Gale at number 1, Rohit Sharma from India at number 2, Shahid Afridi from Pakistan at number 3, and if I'm not wrong, it was Martin Guptill at number 4 for hitting most sixes at international level. This is for all formats, for the T20s, for the ODIs, and even for the test matches.
Well, I didn't know that, but I don't find it hard to believe. There's so many talented cricket players over in our neighbours over across the ditch there in New Zealand. Yeah, it's a shame that they didn't come over here, because it would have been really nice to see those talented players from New Zealand over here in these conditions. Our first over 40s internationals was actually played against the New Zealand team in a small series. By all reports, very, very strong team of very talented players. So hopefully in the next tournament or series we get to see some of our New Zealand brothers step onto the field against us and play some really good cricket.
And the Kiwis, if you're hearing us, the doors are open for you. You could come next time. Through the covers, good looking stroke, but straight to the fielder who does well. Michael is there at the crease. He's literally at the non-strikers end at the moment. Oh, that one moved in a little. Roshan, who I believe has shared the attack with Lala. Lala was their bowler who was opening the bowling from UAE. So I was saying that Michael, who is batting on 18 of just 17 deliveries at the moment, has looked pretty good. And I think that you will love him to continue.
something's going on here. Bit of a misunderstanding out there in the field. Yeah, Michael Featherstone, probably one of the keenest guys in the team. Like, he really likes to get into his work, always thinking about the game. He was my golf partner yesterday as well. So between me and him, we hit a lot of balls. Mind you, we didn't find a fair few of them. So I think he would have got his eye in by the sheer volume of balls that we hit. But yeah, he's quite an aggressive batsman when he gets going, and he'd be one of the guys I'd like to see stay out there for the full 45 here. Besides my roomie Lairdy, who's out there as well. He's a really busy and talented batsman. There you go, just working one out to long on. The only issue is Lairdy will probably have to bowl a lot of overs, so you don't want him batting for too long of a time. So it's that trade-off, as a tail ender when you have to bowl second. If you bat too long, it can subtract from your bowling performance as well.
A very good point you made. But at the end of the day, I would say that you got to just prepare yourself. You got to be able to take these challenges, and only those players who take the challenges and like the challenges become the greats at the end of the day. That concludes the over, the single. 39 done. It's 7 for 240. At the moment, both of these batters are looking very good with the partnership of 32 of just 26 deliveries, better than run a ball. And it's imperative that they continue in this very fashion for the remaining 6 overs, just to get that total somewhere around that 300 mark. And it's quite gettable, provided that they keep wickets which are in the bank intact.
Yeah, I guess if these two stay out there, anything is back on the table. I think I'll reel in my expectations a bit more. 270 would be very nice here. There's a bit of confusion once again from the field out here. A few people gesticulating, and I think we have the opening bowler coming back on. He was unsure of whether he was going to bowl or not. So let's see if he's ready to go from ball one here. I'm sure he's warm from being out in the field. I can vouch that it's quite hot out there in the Karachi heat. He's changed ends in this spell, so we'll see how this suits him. He's getting quite a lot of good bounce early on, and actually employed the bouncer a few times, and got our opening batsman a bit on the back foot there.
You're right, Stevens, but that was his first spell when he was operating with the new Cherry. So the story is going to be a little different here, as he has switched his ends to. Will be coming from the pavilion in now. He's Abdul Haq. He's known as Lala. His nickname is Lala. But we presume, we associate that name with Boom Boom Afridi mostly here in Pakistan. But he's Lala of UAE, not of Pakistan. They're both Pathans, one thing is for sure, and they're both powerful hitters of the cricket ball. Shahid Afridi, Lala of Pakistan, and Abdul Haq, Lala of UAE, who is literally bowling at the moment. So he's into his second and I believe the last spell of his bowling. He's into his 6th over. And I'm sure that he will bowl through this innings now. He will complete his quota of 9 overs. Nicely bowled. He's got his man. Yorker, you miss, I hit. That old theory working good here for Abdul Haq. That was too full.
Beautiful delivery there with a bit of in-swing. So this shows the benefit of pace. You know, people say that it's always a road here, batsman's paradise, but there's still place for some pace. You just don't want to put it out there all the time. But in this case, bowling to later on in the order they want to score. If you're bowling good Yorkers like that, it's a very valuable place. Less time for the batsman to react. And unfortunately, Featherstone has to go from a beautiful, beautiful delivery there.
Yeah, I still believe Yorker is arguably the best ball a bowler can have in any conditions, especially in the depth overs. And it's pretty hard to execute as well. It's kind of, I would say, a positive for me here in the com box that I've got a fast bowler sitting to my left. Once again, I'll ask you to just tell our viewers a bit about delivering a Yorker. What it takes out of you as a bowler if you are to deliver a Yorker.
I sometimes find it's a tough adjustment because I generally look at an area somewhere around the stumps, the pitch, depending each day it changes how the ball's coming out. But you really have to change your eye line where you're looking when you release the ball to get it up full enough. And if you miss, it just becomes a half volley. So, you've expended all this energy for a delivery that the batsman's more than likely going to dispatch. So I think in this format of the game, the best miss is a low full toss because it's harder for the batsman to get underneath the ball. And if you execute well, you have the perfectly placed Yorker, which, not many people are going to put that for 6 unless they move around the crease like your Shahid Afridi type players who, whatever you bowl, they're going to find out an answer usually. Straight away again, beautiful area there. That's a nice full Yorker outside the stumps there by the looks of it. Very talented bowler, this guy here.
Yeah, and he's getting a little bit of movement as well, just towards the end of the innings. I wonder if he's getting some sort of reverse swing because the kind of action he has, if you have a roundish arm action, then there are every chances with the pace that you have that you're going to get some reverse swing with the older ball. Look at that. I wonder if it is happening. Get the feeling.
Definitely. He looks like he's setting up for the outswinger there, and I believe his first spell was outswing. So that, to me, looks like reverse swing. So it would suggest that he's sending it down at a fair speed as well there. So this is going to be very tough with 2 wickets in hand to see him out for the rest of his spell here.
And he tested him with the bouncer. Never rose to his never rise to his expectation for the batter, but still, I would say it's good thinking, good intelligent bowling, mixing it up with some good Yorkers, good in-dippers, and then bowling one short, just to test the tail ender of the back foot. I wonder if you feel good or not when I call your batters tail enders, but they're batting at number 10, I beg your pardon. Got to be said as tail enders. 40 overs done, it's 241 for 8.
It's no drama. We're all Aussies here. We're pretty laid back when it comes to those kind of things. We call a spade, and 10 is the lower order. It's nothing disparaging about the technique. We can all hold the bat, but it is a fact of the matter. If you're at number 10, that is the tail of the order.
You've been pretty just in making points and giving your opinions. So it's been a very good chunk of commentary, I would say. Literally, I'm telling you, I've been enjoying this time with you, Stephen. So I do with all the Aussie fellows over here. So it's good for all of our commentators when you have a chunk with you people.
Well, thank you, but it's the least we can do. You've had us in your country. You've put on a beautiful tournament. And, to give our time, I'm not batting today, so, I'd be down there talking similar things probably with the boys in the shed. So, it's the least we can do, and I appreciate you having us up here. All our friends and family at home can hear how we're going over here, so I believe it's a win-win situation.
Yeah, you're right. Rashan Khan into his 6th over is operating. Chris Dixon is on strike, who's yet to get off the mark. He hits one through the cover point, It looked a pretty good stroke, but I don't think he's missed a little bit of timing on that or not. By the look of the speed on which the ball was traveling, I got the feeling that he didn't time that properly.
No, I didn't get it. If you saw the Pakistan innings the other day, he was getting quite a few through that area. Here he goes. That's what the middle of his bat looks like. Straight to the fielder at long off, unfortunately.
Yeah, I get the feeling when I was talking to him yesterday at the golf club, the middle of his bat is just about perfect. And he was hoping to have a few swings in on the cricket pitch. But this time it's Mark Lloyd who gets a boundary, very nice boundary. It was on the pads, kind of easy pickings, but still you have to put them away.
Yeah, you know, that's not what the captain wants to see when there's no fine leg either. I know the feeling very well when you accidentally put one there and it goes for 4 and there's no fine leg in. But once, as you said, the batsman still has to execute, and it's not the easiest shot in the book, the leg glance. Well watched there from Lairdy.
Approaching 250 is going to be another milestone for the Aussies. Slower one this time. Now they're appealing for something, maybe leg before or whatever it was. We'll love to see that in the replay. Anyways, it's 41 overs bowled, and Australia are 249 for 8.
Yeah, he surprised him with a change up there, but for that to be LB, it'd want to be coming back down because it's hit him in the hip. So I think it was more just the surprise of everyone that he got done by the lack of pace there. It was a smart delivery there from the UAE bowler.
Yeah, rightly described, Stevens. It surprised them in a way as well, the UAE bowlers. As we see, Abdul Haq will continue. Too wide for my liking. We'll have to re-bowl that. Apologies straight away, and 250 is raised for the Aussies. So it's a good milestone, once again, when you have runs on the board. Especially, I'd like to ask you this thing, because as a bowler, I get the feeling that you will be feeling more confident at the moment.
Yeah, it just changes the mindset. You know, the other day against Pakistan, where we only got 199, we went out and we knew we had to take wickets early. So you're trying all the tricks in the book, and you know, if it comes off, you look like a hero. But unfortunately, as it happened with me, it didn't come off, and you look a little bit silly, you know. But that is the game. You don't beat yourself up about it. But you know, great shot straight down the ground. That's going for 4. Oh no, it's not the fieldsman's. And he's. I think I've put the mockers on him there. I thought he had it covered. I didn't see him there behind the pole. But yeah, it definitely runs on the board, allows you to be a bit more comfortable. Just don't over try things. You know, get into your rhythm. They have a couple of good overs. You don't, you know, start panicking. Look at that shape on that delivery though. It's beautiful in swing, isn't it? Like beautiful reverse swing.
On the last boundary, as we see another one through the covers for 4. So back-to-back boundaries here for Lowe. Marquis, they're looking good now. This one through the covers in the vacant region. Nobody was there to stop it. Well, the ball before the boundary, I would say that you should say thanks to the fielder who really made your words alive. You got a little too excited when you saw the stroke. But it's happening for the Aussies at the moment.
Yeah, I mean no harm, but yeah, I couldn't see him behind the pole, and I guess it was maybe a premonition. I don't know. So, yeah, I mean, I didn't have to retract my words, but yeah, the fieldsman may have been listening, I'm not sure. Oh, nice short ball. I really like this guy's bowling. He's a very talented cricket player. I hear he hits a very big ball too. So, I think that was a little bit unlucky. I'm not sure. We'll see on the replay if we have one. But to me, that was kind of good execution. He wasn't expecting it. But yeah, hopefully he doesn't get going this afternoon because I heard he can hit a very big ball and it could be very damaging for us. He's going to have to re-bowl that. So let's see if he goes back short of a length or the big Yorker here.
I wonder if we have the replay to that shorter delivery which was called wide by the square leg umpire, Adam. That looked pretty harsh. The ball have to be above the head height to be given wide. Other than that, if it is above shoulder, then you can ask one for the over.
See that there's a good example of the missing on the full toss. He has nowhere to get under the ball and it's just a single. So, and now we've finished 42 overs. It's 262 runs and 8 wickets down. 3 overs remaining. And the boys here just need to keep pushing on and getting a few more runs. UAE looking to contain the damage at the moment.
That is thumped down the ground, probably didn't time that as he would have liked. Well, again, talking to that point of wide balls, the short ball wide balls should be given when the batter is standing on his feet and he's upright. Then if the ball is above his head, should be declared as wide. And if it is above his shoulder height, then it should be given one for the over. You're allowed probably 2 bouncer in an ODI game. And if the batter is sort of bending on his stance, then it doesn't count in my opinion. So the batter must be standing on his feet and should be upright. And when the ball goes above his head, it will be given as wide. This is what the law says.
Yeah, I guess you just got to abide by the laws of the game. That way they're as black and white as possible. Nice dot there. He's given that some flight, and that's a wide, so that kind of negates the last ball. You're looking for another couple of dots here to finish out this over. There hasn't been a boundary yet this over, though, so I'd say it's a pretty good over at this stage of the game. He's thumped that, but straight to long off. Bowling to his plans here.
Yeah, we should give credit to these bowlers as they kept things tight to some extent. This time giving himself ample time to punch off the back foot. And I wonder if the ball just slows down a bit when it passes that inside 30-yard circle, just to that corner of the boundary. Ends up the over with that couple. It's 269 for 8 after 43. 2 to play.
It's going to be interesting to see here. I'd assume that they'll probably respect the quick bowler here and then you know, anything goes on the last over if there's still 2 wickets remaining. They've run out the drinks, so I'm not sure if there's a message being sent, but, you know, in my opinion, this big fast bowler, if he's continuing here, deserves to be treated with the respect. Looks like it might actually be a change here. Oh, he's just having a drink. It shows the camaraderie and spirit of the tournament over here, you know, each team helping each other with drinks, compliments, drinks to the umpires. And yes, it's going to be a change of bowling. So they're going, oh, no, it's not. Yes, it is. All right, bit of confusion out there once again. There's a change of bowling, so they're going to take speed off here.
Now that brought about some sort of doubt in my fellow commentator's mind, Stevens. Yeah, drinks, you got it right in the end, I would say. Well, the change, the sort of drink at this point in time is definitely a sort of strategy. There should be some message with that drink. Let's see what happens. Hits hard, but it's along the carpet. It's going to be a single, which brings Dixon on strike now. I think Dixon is going to be the better hitter of the two. What do you make of it?
I'm pretty sure he's going to be trying to hit this one up to here at the commentary box on the 3rd story out at wide long on here. Oh, he's kept that down. It's in a good area. But yeah, Big Dicko likes to hit him, and I think he's going to be thinking large here.
Yeah, he's powerful of the two. There is no question about that. But it's Lurd who's gone big, and he's gone very big indeed. He's gone for the maximum. What a blow.
Yeah, doing it for room 220, mate. That was a beautiful shot. Bang. I think you cursed him. Can you say something more like that? You know, that was awesome. Oh, he's got that right out of the screws. Oh, that's pretty to watch. A few more of those, and that number 3 might be back on the table.
I wonder he was listening to us, and on that occasion it was a good delivery, good comeback by the bowler. Keeping it nice and tight, not allowing the batter to free his arms. Look at that. Another good delivery. It's a good comeback, especially after being hit for 6. Still 1 over to play, and this partnership has worth 36 of just 26 deliveries, which is a good one for the Aussies.
Oh, that's going to be costly. That's going to be a few wides. Is the fielder's going to cut it off? He's trying hard. It's very well fielded down there. Stopped 2 runs there.
I wonder if he was having a bit of football there on the boundary line. Trying to stop it with his boot. Succeeded in the end, I should say. Saved a couple of runs for his side. So 3 wides added to the total. This time it's in the air for a while, but way away from the fielder at the deep mid-wicket. So that single ends the over for Lurd. I wonder if he's going to keep strike. Yeah, he'll keep strike for the next over. 281 for 8 after 44. I'm sure you'll be bowling in the next innings after this break, after this last over. So I'd love to ask you a question. You're happy with the balls that we are using here?
Yeah, I think they've held up pretty well, considering the abrasive nature of the pitches. They swing early on. I found that as they soften up, you have to change your tactics a bit. I won't go into that too much live on air. And yeah, the quality of the ball is quite nice. We haven't had any splitting open or cracking. So yeah, I can't I generally don't really complain much about the balls, you know. You just sort of got to adapt. It's the same for both teams. And I feel that you can focus a lot of energy on things that are out of your control, which I really don't like to do, you know. It really distracts from the game at hand. Oh, yeah, so the big fast bowlers switch back around with the wind here for the final over. Not a bad tactic here. So I think he'll definitely keep us here under the 300 mark.
Yeah, on the other hand, Dicky will have some different ideas, I'm sure. He'll be trying to do something special, I believe.
I personally think it's set up for a ramp. Most people would argue with me, but there's fine legs up there.
It's nicely bowled. It's yeah, you can't do anything about that. Right in the block hole, and he followed him too. Intelligent bowling.
He's a quality bowler, this guy. I'm really welcome the opportunity to see such players of this quality, you know, and play against them. He'll probably do it again here for all money.
Oh, test with the bouncer. It's not rising, but still, it's good option, I would say, and good thinking. Mixing it up, not allowing the batter to settle down and to predict. This is amazing. If you are unpredictable, you're going to be successful.
He's not looking for that length there, and it really sits up. So when you're looking to really smash one, that shorter pitch delivery here in Pakistan still works quite well. Really well executed here. That's got through the field, but I think someone's out there. It's only going to be 2 runs. Oh, a bit more soccer out there. In soccer, I believe one of the ground staff here was the goalkeeper for the Pakistani soccer team back in the day.
We have quite a few soccer lovers, but people do love cricket here. There's no question about it. Yeah, it's surprisingly we see a no ball here just towards the end of the innings. It's going to be fruitful for the Aussies. I get the feeling if they make use of this free hit. It's going to be a freebie.
Another Yorker.
Yep, well predicted. Well done. You spotted it, mate.
Beautifully executed once again.
Yeah, the execution is very important when you are to bowl those Yorkers. And this Abdul Haq seemed to be very capable of executing these Yorkers. Actually, he's bowled very good. He's taken only 1 wicket. It has been economical on the base of the competition. Lawful toss. Unlucky that one hit straight, 2 straight.
Yeah, the stump's one of the best fieldsmen on the field there. He's saved 3 runs, I believe. So where are we? We've got 2 deliveries remaining here, I believe. I hope to execute as well as Huck has here, because he's put on quite the clinic here, especially in these later overs. So I'll try and channel a bit of this when I go out there and hopefully get the ball at some stage. It's handy. Is there a third man? Yep, third man's got that covered, and he's going to go back. He has to go back. It's really well run.
Well, the kind of bowling we have seen from Abdul Haq, I wonder if it's going to be a lesson for you later on when you come to bowl. But that's the end of the innings anyways. It's 45 overs, limited 45 overs bowled. And Australia have managed 288, which means that it's going to be a target of 289 for the UAE batters to chase down. Happy with the proceedings? I think runs on the board always gives you a nice feeling as a bowler.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for much more there. So great effort from the batsmen there. Beautiful partnership there at the end from Mark and Chris. I guess it was also set up in the middle order by Justin and Tim and Luke there. They all contributed. No one went on to get a huge score, but they all chipped away. Everyone in double figures. And let's not forget the opening partnership as well, of over 50 runs. So, it was a great batting effort there as a team. We just got to execute now with the ball. Fingers crossed I'll go down there and we can put it in the right area. And, cricket's a funny game, and I guess I'll be talking to you in a few more hours, hopefully after we can seal out the win. And I guess at this point, I'll just give out my final shout-outs. Hello to everyone in Urunga. Hello to my family in Ballina, Mum, Silas and Aki watching there, and everybody at the Tin Bar East Ballina Cricket Club, up the bar. Thanks for having me here today.
Thanks for your time, Stevie. It's been very nice having you here in the commentary box. As we take a look at the bowling card for the UAE, well, they shared wickets, most of these bowlers, apart from Roshan, who has been wicketless and has been expensive as well. Azhar Gul has been the expensive of the lot, went for 10 runs per over, but he's bowled only 3 overs. I would say it's been a kind of average bowling performance, and this is what it was expected as well against the Aussies by the UAE bowlers. But now it's up to their batters how they come down and chase this big total of 289, mind you, in 45 overs, not in 50 overs. So we'll take a break here as the players will have a lunch, and we will join you with the run chase. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to our live streaming. It's good bowling. I thought he bowled pretty well in the last game that they played to Hong Kong, China, with the Aussies. From that particular end, from the Seaview end, he's bowled his first spell with Dickey, and then he probably switched his end later on when he came to bowl his second spell. But he was very impressive in my opinion. With his lines, his lengths, he's got the ball to move a touch. Won't get that extravagant movement, but still it's good enough. End of the first over, they are 2 for 1, UAE in a bit of trouble. Asad Rizvi is the new batter for the UAE. As we see, McDonald has been given the ball. He'll share the attack with Dixon. That's hit in the air, and that is more positive from the UAE. Much needed boundary. It was in the slot, and he hits it with some confidence. It's a good looking shot, really. That will do his confidence a world of good. Asad Rizvi. Nicely bowled. Good comeback delivery by McDonald. Just he's mixing it up here is McDonald, and as we can expect. Shorter one this time. It was in the air for a while, but safely away to the deep cover for a single. So it looks as if that Asad Rizvi, the new coming batter, has every right to take his chances. And it's a good in a way as well, because you have to chase down a big total of 289 in 45 overs. So someone has to take chance, and it looks as if that from the both ends they're going to take chances. It's the captain Rafiola this time who is off the mark with that boundary. Good to get off the mark with the boundary. Over long on, beautifully played. Fly to delivery, and he was equal for the challenge. Wanted to run there, but there was no run. Obviously ends the over with a dot. It's 11 for 1 after 2. They have some firepower in their batting lineup, have UAE. People like Abdul Haq, who can hit the ball a long way. They'll be relying quite heavily on him later on. And the experience of Vijay Mehra will come into play today. In a game like this, actually, when you need 289s to get in 45 overs, more than run a ball required from the word go. Look at that. He's taken the invitation. It was up there. It was there for the taking, and he has really taken the invitation, did the captain Rafaela on that occasion. Seems to be enjoying that spot when the ball is pitched up to his bat. He's hitting pretty nicely at the moment. Looks to be in a good touch, and they need him to be in a good touch as well. Lunging forward to that one. Nicely stopped, blocked. It's very important for a skipper's perspective that he has to be in a very good touch if they are to make a match of this, the UAE boys. Good adjustments made by Dickey after being slapped for a couple of boundaries. He's changed his line, changed his length a bit. Length is the key. Still pretty early days, long way to go. UAE just one down. And we are only into the third over. A bit of movement there for Dixon, as you can expect. Good comeback, 3 dots after being hit for boundary by Dickey. And a single to complete that over. It'll be 17 for 1 after 3. McDonald, very capable player from the Aussies. Couldn't do much with the bat earlier on when they were batting. It has really shown some skills at the golf club yesterday. Was in the air and straight to the fielder. Paulson makes no mistake on that occasion. Simplest of the chances. Rafaela, when he was starting to look good, he goes back. That's sort of gifting wickets away by the UAE batters, in my opinion, because both of the wickets are sort of same sort of shots attempted by both of these batters. Earlier Sarfraz, the left-hander, and now Rafaela, the captain. Cursing himself by tapping on his head, but he has to take the long walk back. Hits a nice couple of boundaries, but he's gone now for just 9 of 7 deliveries. Second wicket goes down for the UAE in all sorts of troubles. waiting for the batter, the new coming batter, to make his way to the middle. He's taking a bit of time. There he is. It's Roshan Khan who makes his way to the middle at number 4. Taking a bit of while to get to the crease, probably didn't want it to bat at number 4. But he's there. And he's there with a job to do. The Aussies are bowling brilliantly at the moment. They're giving nothing away. It's been a one-disciplined performance by the Aussies with the start of this run chase. Mind you, it's a must-win game for UAE. Because if they're not going to manage to put up a win here, they're not going to make their way to the next round. They'll play their matches, but they're not going to make their way to the semis, that's for sure. Oh, there was an outside edge. Was that a drop chance? I mean, look at the reaction of the bowler. It looks as if it was a drop chance. Take a look at that again. Genuine nick outside edge, and a couple of times he's attempted to grab that. It was rather easy chance, but it goes bagging. So a bit of drama in that over, a wicket fall as well. So 4 overs been bowled, it's 18 for 2. It's Dickey who is maintaining a very good line from the sea view end with the slip in place. He does get a bit of swing, does Dickey. And the good thing about his bowling is that he maintains very good line, very good length. Nicely pushed, but straight to the fielder. That ends the over, 5 done, it's 18 for 2. So it's a maiden over by Dickey, well bowled. Not the start after 5 overs UAE would have wanted. But it's been the Aussies. Look at that again. It's another appeal, and I think they got their man. Now, he's asked for the TV umpire, and these direct hits are always going to be closer than you think. We'll wait and see on the replay, as I get the feeling that Roshan Khan was struggling. didn't get much of a stride into ground, make his ground. On that occasion was Roshan Khan, and in the process has to lose his wicket. It's the third one making his way to the dressing room, so it's going to be a very, very tough period of play for the UAE, the way it's looking like. 3 wickets down very early in the piece. There you see. You can see that one more time. Well, at the moment, what it's looking like, the Aussies are all over UAE. 3 wickets, and we are only into the 6th over. They're keeping the slip for the left-hander. And he's bowled him. Oh, what a delivery. That was, I wonder if that was an inside edge or not, but that really was well bowled. McDonald has got his man. He's knocked him over, just come and gone. It's a golden duck for the left-hander. Can't trouble the scorer, and UAE slump further. 4 wickets down now. Not a good-looking scorecard here for the UAE, as we see Vijay Mehra, their most senior player, making his way to the middle at number 6. The former UAE international player, Vijay Mehra. He's there in the middle to face the music. By seeing those W's, one can think that McDonald could be on a hat-trick, but it's not the case. The first wicket was a run out. Nicely played. It was a good delivery. Now they have 2 slips. Good attacking captaincy by Pooley. I wonder if we are here for some typical Australian positive attacking cricket, which we've been missing virtually in this tournament. And today against UAE, they're putting up some fight, some show. Flighted rank full toss on that occasion, put away nicely by Mehra. Tried to stop that with his boot. The fielder fails to stop it, and it's a most welcome boundary for the UAE. Nicely played again. We'll keep strike for the next over. It's 6 overs bowled. 23 for 4. Well, 2 wickets falling in the last over, getting UAE further on the back foot. It's very important for a batting perspective at this stage of the game when you are too many wickets down. If an opportunity comes your way, you must be able to put that away. And I like about Vijay Mehra, when he was provided with the opportunity by a full toss in the last over, he was able to score a boundary. Well, he'll have to bring all of his experience today, and he will have to bat very deep as well. If they have any sort of chances. At the moment, it doesn't seem to be like that, because the Aussie bowlers are all over UAE. Their fielding, their bowling, everything has been very disciplined. Shorter one this time. When we talk about the discipline, here was a width on offer, nicely played, and good fielding, good diving stop. The Aussies throwing their bodies, which is very good to see. I say throwing their bodies because you don't mostly see them doing rest of the teams, because they are over 40s. But maintaining very good fitness level are the Aussies, which is very impressive. He's a very good player, is Vijay Mehra. Now they're gone for the appeal, and now they have asked for the TV umpire. It's going to be another close case. The non-striker was struggling. We'll love to see in the replay. Vijay Mehra strikes that straight to mid-off. There was never a run. And there you go. They've asked for the TV umpire. We'll wait and see what TV umpire thinks about it. Well, the Aussies were dancing in the aisles when they saw the signal from the TV umpire. Fifth wicket is down. Half of the side is back in the hut for the UAE. Under immense pressure. So this is the last thing UAE needed, a run out at this stage. The second one run out. You can see that again and again. Direct hit, always touch and go. And what a sight for a fielder when you hit the bullseye. Vijay Mehra is still at the crease. So Gul is the new coming batter with his team under immense pressure. Leaves that safely alone. I wonder what will be going through somebody like Vijay Mehra's mind. He's vastly experienced. I'm sure he would have been in these situations many times before. But once again, he has to be in a situation here in the over 40s Cricket Cup where his team needs him more than any day. Seven overs bowled. A wicket again fallen in that over. It's 5 for 25. So if we talk about the Pakistan match, once again Pakistan getting that magical 300 mark. Pakistan playing Hong Kong, China today. And for the third time in this tournament, Pakistan surpassing 300 mark. Azhar Gul, the all-round cricketer. All of their experience today has not been just good enough to challenge the Aussies. Another play and a miss. Almost it's something happening of every delivery, the kind of action we are seeing in the middle. Need to play really out of their skills to survive this period. There you see, if you see the opportunity, you should be able to put that away. As was Azhar Gul. Nice way to get off the mark. Some relief for the UAE. It was a little too short. And he's hit that away nicely, did Azhar goal. Back to his length is McDonald. I wonder if this pitch is offering that much assistance, or is it just the quality of the bowler? Now, was the feet in the air? They're gone for the appeal again. It's all happening here. I don't think he's lifted his foot there. End of the over number 8. It's 29 for 5. Dickey continuing in his typical way of bowling. Have a predominantly offside field for Vijay Mehra, the Aussie skipper. Just a couple of fielders on the onside in mid-on and a mid-wicket. It's a packed offside field. And you can expect Dickey to slide the ball across the right-hander and try to move that away. And if he's able, the odd one bring back to the right-hander. It's been a model of accuracy, I would say, as far as Dickey is concerned. Not that pacey, but he's just that sort of bowler who likes to hit top of off, remain there and thereabout, a bit like Glenn McGrath. Sean Pollack used to be very accurate with his lines and lengths too. So was Mohammad Asif for a few years only. Unfortunately, he didn't play much cricket for Pakistan, Mohammad Asif. Boy, what a talent he was. Now, it's a big appeal made by the Aussies and delayed decision by the umpire, but the finger is raised. I wonder if there was no bat involved, it looked pretty straight. So it's going to be Vijay Mehra, the man out. 6th wicket down for the UAE. It's all about the Aussies in this match so far. 6 wickets down for the UAE. Well, Dixon picked up his second wicket on that occasion. He's just about to finish his 5th over, went for just 10 runs. Very impressive, as all of the bowlers from the Australia have been so far. So it's Abdul Haq, the new batter, who has made his way to the middle, and I wonder if we are here for some entertainment if he stays there for the next 5 or 7 overs. Yeah, if he stays there for a while, there should be some entertainment. He's the power hitter. Scored a couple of quick 40s and a 70 as well in this competition, in this over 40s Global Cricket Cup. Receives a good delivery, does Abdul Haq, and that's a wicket maiden for Dixon. 9 done. It's 6 for 29 UAE. Beautiful ground this, and beside the buildings, great view from here. Actually, that building which you're watching on your screen is not that close to the ground, but it's the effort of the cameraman who's done a good job to take a close view of that. As we see, McDonald will continue. $289 to get. A long way to go. Still 260 runs needed by UAE. Doesn't look like going anywhere near that target. And there you go. Another one bites the dust. They're coming and going, losing wickets in clumps. The UAE. Almost every over you can sense something happening. It was in the slot, but just couldn't clear mid-off. Steve Paulson, the catcher. Catching has been very good by the Aussies. So there are 7 down now, the UAE. And it's up to the tail now. The last 3 wickets remaining. This innings never gained any momentum up till now. It's been all over Aussies, all by Aussies, I would say. All about Aussies, as you could see, 29 for 7. Not a scorecard you want to see if you are a UAE fan. So Rihan Khan is the new coming batter. wicket number 9. McDonald got his 3rd wicket, the last one. They have a strange fielder now for Rehan Khan in silly mid-on, you can call it. Normally we see this sort of fielding in test matches. They have a silly point as well. The captain himself is fielding at silly point. Last ball of the over. Flighted one, gently played away through the covers. Will keep strike for the next over. 10 overs gone, it's 30 for 7. Dickey will continue as the Aussies are in a very good position. It's just a matter of time, in my opinion, as that ball has been timed nicely off the pads. We'll get him a couple of runs. Very impressive he has been, Dickey. Look at that. Has never left that channel. He's at the best batter every time. You know, he's been there. He's made the batter play at almost every delivery. There were the top order batters, the middle order batters, and now we are into the tail. And his line and length remains the same. Hasn't changed it much, has Dickey, which has been just amazing. You can only take positives out of that line, out of that length. He's been very watchful against his nature, is Abdul Haq. Normally he's a very powerful striker of the cricket ball, and we can expect him going big. From the word go, he's that sort of player, but the kind of situation their team is at the moment, this innings, as we know, it's going nowhere. So he thinks that he needs to take some time to get himself going. There are 7 wickets down already, and we are into the 11th over. Stephen Leahy was the fielder. Put in a dive, stopped the ball, nicely done. He's also a seamer. There have been quite a few seamers in the side, but it's been Dickey and McDonald who've done most of the job. And there you go. Out of nowhere, he's produced a beauty. He has the batter Rehan Khan on that occasion. It was a little bit on offer, and he has really pounced on it over cover. So ends the over with that boundary. It's 38 for 7 after 11. Happy to continue with McDonald, and he should be doing that way. Pooley, the captain, is a very good product of Queensland, as Mikey was mentioning here in the combox, is Justin Poole, the captain of the Aussies. And he's from same sort of area where James Hopes belongs to. Oh, was that a chance? I get the feeling Boat has put down a catch there. He's not happy with himself. Should have taken that because that was not that tough. As Abdul Haq was looking to hit that hard off the back foot. There you see. Even had a chance to take it at the second attempt too, but just couldn't grab that. There have been a couple of drop chances in this innings, but still the Aussies have never allowed the UAE batters to get away, or they have not been able to find their way to go about this run chase. It's 12 overs done, another maiden over. Score remains the same at 38 for 7. Rehan Khan and Abdul Haq, the batters for the UAE, in the middle as they are 7 down. And looks as if it's going to be a bowling change here. Steve Leahy has been brought into the attack now. Well, by looking at the action of Stevie, it gives me a little bit of glimpses of Stephen Harbison, the former English bowler. What a player he used to be, Stephen Harbison. He was a top performer in the Ashes in 2005. Along with Andrew Flintoff and Kevin Peterson. Even Matthew Hogarth took quite a few wickets in that Ashes. And you remember they told Pakistan after that Ashes, and they lost to Pakistan in fact. Now he's gone for the appeal that when calling back after pitching to the right-hander, maybe on the higher side. Such a high arm action, so you can expect the ball to go over the top of the stumps. And it wasn't a full delivery too. It was on a good length. Look at that, getting the ball to deviate off the surface. Not particularly tall, but still has got good height. Just under 6 feet in my opinion. A quick single taken there by the UAE batters. That's the scoreboard in the ground that has been maintained by the ground staff. That face not looking happy, as we can expect. One of the UAE sporters. "13 done, it's 41 for 7. Our ground staff loving every moment of it. It was Amir on that occasion. Oh, he goes for a big heave there and succeeds as well as he gets that ball away to the boundary for 4. It was premeditated, but very effective on that occasion by Rehan Khan. Good to see some families as well in the ground. People do like cricket here in Pakistan, there is no question about it. Actually, in this country, Pakistan, where we are having this inaugural over 40s Cricket Global Cup happening, people of every age group, of every gender, like cricket. And they're quite passionate. As this time, Rehan Khan goes downtown, and I think he's been caught at the long off boundary by Steve Paulson. It's a very good catch, making a reverse scoop. Not that easy at times, some of those catches, but he's made it look very simple. As you could see in the replay, it was a tossed up flighted delivery and went high, and grabbed perfectly on the boundary, did Paulson. Catching has been phenomenal by the Aussies. Rehan Khan, the latest batter to go, and it's time for the drinks as we have 45 for 8 UAE. So we are back live after the drinks break. UAE 8 wickets down. Rehan Khan was the last man to go. As we see, it's going to be Naeem Khan who's going to be on strike. So that will end the over. Wicket in that over. It's 45 for 8 after 14. As you can see, the great view of the ground from the drone camera. Good to see families are in to enjoy this over 40s Global Cricket Cup here in Pakistan. They're coming all the way from the UAE. Good to see some smiles on their faces. But not a lot to cheer as they look at the scorecard at the moment. They haven't been able to put up a fight in this match. But it can happen to you. You know, it's one of those days when you just get to the ground and see that the opposition is too good. And you try to do different things and just things don't come in your way. Here's Jonathan, the coach and the manager of the Australian. Very relaxed. I wonder what will be going through his mind if he's Abdul Haq. I'll say that again, Jonathan. Rocks that away, will change the strike. Naeem Khan, the left-hander, will be on strike. Stevie, when he was commentating with me in the first innings, was hoping to get in a couple. Well, he's got 2 wickets to go. I wonder if he's there to take them. He'll try best, I'm sure. There he finds the outside edge, but didn't carry to the slip. He's played it with soft hands, did Naeem Khan. Otherwise, that would have carried to the slip. Or has that carried to the slip? I'm not sure. I think it has. I didn't see that clearly at the first sight. But that one did carry to the first slip. That was clearly on the higher side. 15 bowled, it's 46 for 8. Beautiful picture of the pavilion in this NBP Sports Complex. Here is Mikey. Had a very good stint in the commentary and now seems to be massaging himself a little. That was one of his big heaves attempted, and take a look at that. It was on the cards. He was going nowhere, was Abdul Haq. Gets the outside edge, and he's been caught at gully. He's a goner. 9 wickets are down. It's only a matter of time now for the Aussies to celebrate their thumping victory, what it's looking like. Have a look at that again. There you see the skipper in the dressing room applauding the efforts of his boys in the middle. He's relaxing a bit. He can afford to relax the kind of situation his team is having at the moment. It's been one very powerful performance by the Aussies. Very strong performance. We got the feeling that they're coming to their own. Slowly but surely, the Aussies. Not a happy looking Vijay Mehra. I could see in the background Imran too is having a bit of sleep. Can afford to sleep because nothing is happening in the middle. Oh, get up, mate. No, he wants to take a sleep. Oh, that's in the air, but it's going to fall safely. It could have gone anywhere. It was a top edge. It's kind of a field set which we don't see normally in an ODI game. But it's the kind of position they are in, the kind of situation they're having to face. "16 overs bowled, it's 48 for 9. Well, none of the UAE batters could resist against this Aussie bowling attack. I wonder if the last man is now padding up. He should be padding up earlier, because with which speed we have seen the wickets falling, he's going to be in soon. Get ready, mate. I wonder if he's a little too late, or he's just hoping that this pair could continue for another over or two. Play and a miss again outside the off stump by the left-hander. Down the leg side, that will be given wide. It's only a matter of time, that's for sure. Last pair is batting now, and if they're out, they'll be getting themselves ready for the presentation. So that mate which was shown padding up, or maybe he was taking his pads off, I think he's gone. It's kind of a sleepy day where we cannot assess even what's happening. Amazing, simply amazing. It's funny in a way, but it's been a sort of day which you don't see every day. No competition whatsoever. The Aussies have been all over UAE. They've raised to their 50, but they're 9 down. It's the last wicket, and see how much they can survive with this last pair. Oh, could have cost a run out there. Have to be very careful with the running, especially this last pair. Here's Mohammed Ahmed, the ground coordinator. He's been busy all day long. They've gone for the appeal, and it's a big one. He's down on his knees, is Stevie, but umpire says you have to wait, mate. It's not gone. Not out was the signal. There you see. Maybe struck outside the off stump. Look at that. Or it was a close. Looked pretty close. But umpire doesn't agree with the bowler. Yeah, 50 for 9 after 17, and it's going to be McDonald who will be continuing his bowling. That's picked away nicely. That is going to go to the boundary, I think. Yeah, eventually it makes to the boundary because it was in the gap. So Naim Khan hits his first boundary. Nicely executed sweep there. Actually, he swiveled off the back foot when he executed that sweep shot. Full toss and sweeps well again and gets 4 again. Just a bit of an onslaught here towards the end of this innings with this last pair. Naeem Khan is hitting back-to-back boundaries. Just something to cheer for the UAE fans. He's hitting the ball nicely, is Naeem Khan. And that'll be a wide. Couple of them. Basit Faizi is the batter. Nearly got the outside edge there, living very dangerously out there is Basit Faizi. He's batting on 2 of 11 deliveries. Oh, look at that. What was that? Was he trying a pull there or whatever it was? It ends the over with a dot. It's 60 for 9 after 18. Very relaxed and happy faces, as you can expect from the Aussies. Dixon with the captain, Justin Poole, and Jonathan, obviously the coach and manager of the team. Exposing Basit on strike, trusting his partner big time. It's actually a good thing to have as well, that you trust your partner and expose the strike to number 11. And they run a single. Here's one of our cameramen, not happy. He's gone for the appeal, but I think it's pitched outside leg. Imran has got up after a bit of sleep. He's gone for the appeal and the finger is raised, and that's it. The Aussies run over UAE in this match. They've been bundled out for just 62 runs. The UAE, they were chasing 289. Never looked like getting to that target. And it's been all about Aussie bowling. See, happy faces from the Aussies, as we can expect. So it's been a one comprehensive victory by the Aussies, as we will join you with the presentation ceremony. Well, it's time for the presentation ceremony here in the NBP Sports Complex. As we saw a thumping performance by the Aussies. We don't have a lot of words to describe that performance. I would say, in short, it was a typical Aussie performance. It was a great game of cricket. As we saw earlier on, the toss was won by the Aussie captain in Justin Poole, and he has rightly decided to bat first. And everyone chipped in with the performances with the bat, and they put up 288. And in reply, the UAE were just never looked like chasing that total, and they've been bowled out for just 62 inside 19 overs. But just one of those days when things just don't go your way. We have Mohammed Ahmed in the presentation party, our chief guest. And first of all, can I have the UAE captain to come forward for a short interview? Come alongside, please. Rafi, good to see a smile on your face after this performance.
You have nothing but to smile. I can't cry, you know. But the thing is, it's a really a disaster from our end. They played very good inning, and actually they built a good inning. And 285 was a chaseable target on this wicket, but we couldn't do it.
Well, not a lot to describe about this game in particular, but what are the positive that you're going to take from this match?
I think we not did bad in bowling. Bowling was a little bit fine because when we started, they started very good, and then we brought them back, and then it was like seesaw in the bowling end. And that was a good thing. And positive is this, that we have to learn from them now.
They're a big side, and tomorrow you have got a game left in this poll. So what are you thinking about that tomorrow's encounter?
Again, it's a new game, new day. Everything is new. So we have to play as a new game. That's all.
Relax yourself and join your boys. Thank you so much.
Honestly, I'm relaxed. You don't have to push me for being relaxed.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain, Rafi, seems to be very confident, which is very good. And now, can we have the captain of Australia, Mr. Justin Poole, to come alongside? Paulie, typical Aussie performance.
Yeah, it was pretty good today. We probably left a fair few runs out there, to be fair. A lot of our batsmen got starts, didn't go on with it, which would have been nice if someone got a big score and we would have got 350 plus. But obviously the bowling performance was unbelievable. Bowling, fielding, running out, and other than 2 drop catches, we were pretty clinical.
You almost covered every aspect of the game, truly to be said. But I would love to know that who is going to be your hero for today's match?
Oh, Tim McDonald, fifer, first ever Australian fifer in over 40s. So fantastic effort.
So
Tim the Doc McDonald.
All right, and you've got Nepal tomorrow to play. I hope that you will be looking forward to it to improve your ratings.
Yeah, obviously winning first, but again, trying to produce a really good game, put it all together, and take that, hopefully, then take that into a semi-final.
Enjoy yourself. It's been a nice performance by you.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this was the captain, Justin Poole from the Aussies. And now it's time for the player of the match. We have the Aussie batters chipping in with the bat. Everyone actually chipped in with some performance, but our officials have decided that it's going to be Timmy McDonald for his fifer to come alongside and receive his player of the match souvenir from Mohammed Ahmed, our chief guest. Well, Timmy, the pitch seems to be tailor-made for you.
Well, I was actually hoping it'd turn a little bit more. It wasn't really turning much for me, so I had to vary the flight and the speed a little bit more than usual. But can I just say, you guys, UAE, were just such a fantastic team to play against. Bunch of terrific blokes. Every time someone did something really good in the field or with the bat, you made a compliment. And I think that's really within the spirit of cricket, so thank you.
Well, are you expecting to do the same against Nepal as well? Because it's imperative that you got to improve your ratings and also your net run rate.
In many ways, every game's a must-win game, and I think I'd agree with you. The whole team would agree with you about Nepal being a very important game tomorrow as well. Can I just also make a shout out to a couple of the sponsors, including Aurora, and my family back home for supporting me tirelessly as well.
I'm sure you enjoyed today's performance. Have a good one tomorrow too.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the player of the match, Timmy McDonald, and with that, we conclude our presentation ceremony out here.
Thank you.